Houston, our instruments are showing that we have a incoming message from deep space. Repeat, Houston, we have an incoming message from deep space. Houston, we'll begin playing message now. Houston, we're going to try and translate that up here. Hold for translation. Translation complete. We'll begin playing message now.
Hey, it's me, Melissa.
What do you do when the aliens invade? Take a shot of MK Ultra and watch Melissa Jade. Put on your tinfoil hat and tune right in. We got their crime spree, flat earth theories, government conspiracies, a complex Mandela effects, unidentified objects, a mind expanding, fake moon landing, where it all bends understanding. It's me, Melissa. It's me, Melissa. Aliens is on the sun or in Area 51. Time travels, unravels, haunted castles, cops are baffled, potential experimental thoughts that make you transcendental. It's me, Melissa. It's me, Melissa. Crime sprees, flat earth theories, government conspiracies, complex Mandela effects, unidentified objects, a mind expanding, fake moon landing, what it all bends understanding. It's me, Melissa. It's me, Melissa.
Hi guys, hi Chaybinae.
Hey, Melissa Jade. Hey, everybody.
How was your taco?
It was the best.
Is there ever a disappointing taco? I don't listen, I've had shitty tacos, but even the shittiest taco is still fucking glorious. Do you disagree?
No, I can't disagree with that. I think tacos are like a gift from heaven.
They're a gift from God. I think tacos are definitely my number one on the totem pole of best food.
Heck yeah. Well, I have this theory in Mexican food. I just love it in general because same ingredients, just made different ways, like burrito, taco, quesadilla.
Totally different though. I don't know what they do, but even though it's the same identical ingredients, they taste so different.
It is true though. They really do. But I can't say I've had a bad taco, but I do have my favorites though.
Listen, they range from amazing to not amazing, but even the not amazing ones are amazing because it's a fucking taco.
Or if you're drunk, you order crack tacos or Jack in the Box.
I've never had a crack taco, nor do I drink. So I don't know. You're gonna have to talk to me more about these crack tacos, but I have a very serious question for you.
Yes.
Hard or soft?
Oh, hard.
Everything depends on this answer, Shay.
Hard.
Fuck yes. Okay. I was about to say, if you're a soft taco type of gal, I'm going to be I'd probably just remove you, honestly, because tacos all the way. When somebody comes in and friggin' says that they want a soft taco, I'm like, you don't even go here. Seriously. That's a shame. I'm not saying you can't ever have a soft taco, but you need that crunch.
Heck yeah. I'm kind of worried you would have yeeted me right out of here.
I was going to. I had my fucking finger hovering over you. So be careful. You answered correctly, thank God. I don't know how you could have a taco without the crunch.
I totally get it. I do like soft tacos if it's something I'm making at home and ready to eat. I am a textured eater. Yes. So if something's soggy, there's no way in heck I'm putting it in my mouth.
Well, if we need to go soft, you better have crispy, crunchy, crisp lettuce though, because you need that balance.
I totally agree. And I just saw Eddie put a chat double decker. Seriously?
A cheesy gordita crunch? Is that what he's going for? The 2-in-1?
Well, the double decker. They took it off the Taco Bell menu. It's the one instead of the gordita crunch, it's the regular soft tortilla, but it has the beans that's holding it to the crunchy shell. It's amazing.
Shit.
I'm why would they take that off the menu?
I don't think I ever had the double decker, but I've had a cheesy gordita crunch and they're great, but I can't hard tacos I could down. like a couple of hard tacos at once, but like the cheesy gordita crunch is just so much at once. I like the sauce though. And yeah, cheesy fiesta potatoes are the shit.
I have never had those.
Oh yeah. You never had a cheesy gordita crunch?
No, I've had cheesy gordita crunch. I've never had cheesy fiesta potatoes.
They're like little squares of glory as potatoes with like zesty dry rub on them. I don't know, like, and then they're topped with the nacho cheese and sour cream, a dollop of daisy, and it goes a long way. And actually, no, Taco Bell, stop using reduced fat sour cream. I don't need you to tell me how to live my life, and it makes a big difference. I don't like my tacos with water. I like them with actual creamy, delicious sour cream. And they use reduced fat, and don't tell me you can't tell the difference.
Totally. I was about to say I'm kind of a snob because if I don't have sour cream, it's just not the same for me.
I don't want it if I don't have sour cream. I mean, I want it, but I don't want it with sour cream. I'm going to pout while I eat it. I'll still eat it, but I'm going to pout while I eat it because a dollop of daisy makes everything better.
It really, and you know what? I can tell the difference in the brand of sour cream.
Oh, yeah, you fucking can tell the difference. And that's what I'm like, what is this watered down shit? And they're like, oh, it's reduced fat. I'm like, stop judging my taco consumption. I highly doubt between all of the cheese and the beef and all the other fat I'm eating, the sour cream is really what doos me over, you know?
Oh my gosh, I want another taco. You're so right. You know, something interesting too is that like, I like crema. You know, do you know what crema is?
No.
It's like, so like if you get like traditional Mexican tacos, it's not like the sour cream. It's a little bit thinner. It's good, but I don't want someone to tell me that has to be my replacement.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
Because I love sour cream in my tacos. Like, I want more sour cream than taco. And I know that's gross, but like I love sour cream. But with Taco Bell, I will not get the sour cream. That's how much I don't like their sour cream because I'm like, no, this isn't the same. So I'll get plain tacos from there.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
You cracked me up. Well, I was like, don't ever get me on a ranch talk because I'm a ranch snob.
You guys, like we started this Idaho live and now we're all doing the tacos. But sorry, I know Meatfoot sour cream is a meeting, and I love taco salad. Like, put it this way, we had tacos on Sunday, and what do you do with the leftover taco because the bottom of the shell becomes kind of collapsed and soggy because the tomatoes and the moisture? You put that shit in the oven and you chop that shit up and you throw it on some lettuce, and bitch, you have a beautiful, beautiful, glorious taco salad. And you put a dollop of daisy on it. Don't forget about the dollop of daisy, and it's glorious.
I don't deny it. I love it.
Walking tacos are pretty good too. Like, I watch this teacher on YouTube Shorts or TikTok. I don't know which one she does, but she always does, okay, today's school lunch. And when she has she's never made school lunch look so good, but now they have an actual bag of Fritos for walking tacos that you like peel the top of the bag and you add all your ingredients and you shake that shit together and you call it a day.
Oh, that's weird. So I've heard of the walking, like, but I used to call them like walking nachos, like where we go to like a convenience store, like here, like 7-Eleven, you know, and you open up the chips and then you put in like the chili cheese, the nacho cheese, and like you zhuzh it up.
Yeah. Well, this is literally just taking the ingredient, like a disassembled taco, and instead of a shell, using nacho Doritos, Cool Ranch Doritos, Fritos, whatever it is your style is, you crunch it up. Then just right inside the bag, you add a scoop of your chopped meat, your tomatoes, your dollop of daisy, your onions, whatever it is, and you mix it up and you scoop that shit and shovel it in your mouth like you're going to the electric chair.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're making me hungry again.
Yeah, well, you guys know who I'm talking about. She'll be like, okay, today's school lunch at home, but she'll like show, I don't know what school she works at, but they have bomb ass lunches. They have really good lunches. But okay, enough with the taco talk, even though I love taco. Hello to everybody in chat. I didn't do my hellos, but now we're just way too far into it, so I can't sit here and individually say hello to everybody. A little is it called PCA, I guess. Tomorrow, I'm going to be having Amber Love Reigns on. We are going to be doing a live regarding all of the females that have been found in Oregon and the possible serial killer that's going on there. She runs a Facebook group that she just started, and it's doing pretty well. She has family of the victims in there and all of the information. Amber, if you want to drop the link for anybody who'd like to join, but if you have been following, we are going to be doing that live on that tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. So with that out of the way, girl, we got some new documents today.
Yes.
Some new theory. Well, I don't want to say new theories, but every day it's like a different damn theory.
And you know, I took an OG and went back to like some of the old theories too.
You can't put Catalina on salad. I mean, you can put it, but you need the fucking sour cream. Me and Kristen we've gotten into really heated arguments about it because she says instead of sour cream, she uses Catalina fucking wine mixer shit. I don't know.
Like Catalina dressing?
Yeah, I don't even know what that shit is, but I could tell by the color that is not appropriate.
Oh, it's amazing. It really is.
I'm
like,
not
it can
saying
make a
it's
salad.
not, but you need the sour cream with it.
The Catalina fucking wine mixer.
The Catalina fucking wine mixer.
I'm like boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes. Oh yeah, Meatfoot. Oh yeah. Okay. So, all right. I guess let's start with going through the new documents that were released today, and then we'll transition into everything that I kind of been discussing the past 2 days. Whether we're talking about the 2 Elantras or Emma Bailey or the drug hub or any of the theories and whatnot, we'll just get into all and pop around.
Okay.
All right, so let me. Taco talk got me. Rumbly.
I know.
Fucking love me a good taco. All right.
TF said you're probably going to end up with a dollop of Daisy sponsorship after this.
I hope, please, Daisy, if you're out there, come to me. I will do it for free. Just send me like a lifetime. Well, I guess it wouldn't be for free then. Send me a lifetime unlimited of Daisy, and I am golden. Because sour cream's expensive, man.
Yeah, it
when
is.
you eat it the way I eat it, I like sour cream with my pork chops. I like sour cream with my steak.
What?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Girl.
You put a dollop, not on the literal pork chop. I put a dollop on the side, and I'll cut my pork chop, and I'll dip my fucking piece of meat in that fucking sour cream, and I will nom, 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 nom. It's so good.
So it's
so
like your favorite condiment, like side
it
of choice.
By far my favorite condiment.
Wow. I love this.
Oh, yeah. And I like dipping my french fries into tzatziki sauce. And I fucking
What's
hate
that?
Greek yogurt. What?
Wait, are you talking about the like Greek sauce?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I hate Greek yogurt, but I love tzatziki sauce.
I mean, Texas, like for me, everything's hot sauce. So I like hot sauce on everything.
I'm telling you. I put that shit on everything.
I do. Like Tapatios.
Too. See, I'm telling you. Yeah, with steak. I know it sounds a little bit weird, but wait, let me be clear. I won't do it with non-seasoned steak. I'm talking about like if my steak, I have like a really good marination on it, more of a sweet or a tangy marination. That is when I will dip it like in a honey teriyaki or, you know, some type of soy sauce, brown sugar marinade. That is when I'll use the sour cream because it just balances each other so well.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we gotta quit food talk.
We're going really far off on this. Okay. All right. So here, you want to read the first set of documents? Can you read it or no?
I can, yeah. I, Alex Breezy, declare and state as follows. Okay, so these that are coming out are in response to the gag order. I did read these earlier. So it says, I am a breaking news and criminal justice reporter for the Idaho Statesman. As such, I have personal knowledge of the facts and statements contained in this declaration. I have reported on the murders at the University of Idaho and the arrest and now prosecution of Brian C. Koberger. To provide fair and accurate reporting of information that would be valuable to the communities impacted by the murders, I asked the Moscow Police Department about the number of cell phone towers in the area where the murders at the University of Idaho occurred. The Moscow Police Department declined to answer my question, stating that it was bound by a gag order issued in this case. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. Dated June 1, 2023.
So this is a review in the Cowles Company, the New York Times Company, Launas Inc., ABC, WP Company, LLC, DBA, the Washington Post, Society of Professional Journalists, the McClatchy Company, LLC, and the Seattle Times. And so this is, again, the media. So this is the media, which we know has played a big role. The media is fighting the gag orders and stuff. So I'm not sure exactly what they're looking to get from this, but okay.
Well, I mean, I do understand kind of where they're going from this, because it's like, how can you in a community like inform them on what's going on if you're not releasing anything, like any little bit of information?
And I get that, but I've said this before, I don't disagree with Brian Koberger, who is bringing in expert testimony to show the damages that media is doing, because the truth is that we do, like, again, I want these answers, but we rip everything to bits. We shred it to bits. We consume it, digest it, spit it back out, all of this information. And it is damaging. Can you imagine if Brian Koberger does indeed walk? What if he is cleared of all charges? Do you think he will ever live a normal life?
No.
So it's that question of when is the media benefiting and when is it hurting? And I feel like we have towed that line very closely for a long time now, because I have seen the media release so much misinformation. So the question is if they did obtain more information, do you think that they would only report accurately with the facts, or do you think it would just send them more down a rabbit hole?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it would still be happening the way it is now, honestly, because I feel that whatever you're provided, there's just people that aren't going to accept it. Even I think as it goes through trial, however, which way it goes, there's people that are strongly astute that they don't believe that Brian's the guy. And I think there's a lot of people that see that there is, plausible evidence provided by what the affidavit has shown, even though obviously we know it's not everything, that they would like to see what comes of trial.
Right. But I think we won't be satisfied with anything. And listen, it sucks because it's a double-edged sword. Media does do good. I know we want the answers. I know we want to understand. You sit there and you say, well, hey, maybe if we did have more of the information, the conspiracy train wouldn't be going so hard because we'd have some of the answers, right? But then again, no matter what we get, we rip it apart. And I look at Dylan and Bethany, right? And I so desperately want to hear them talk. I want to hear what their side is. But then again, I can openly acknowledge no matter what they say, we're not going to be happy with it. There might be some who are happy with it, but for the most part, it's going to just drive people to like literally take every single word and rip it to shreds. So it's like, I know that it fuels people thinking that there's more going on because we don't know anything, but you have to understand that when it comes trial, everything's probably going to make sense. Maybe there's a possibility it doesn't, but for the most part, we only have 10% of the information. The other 90%, we're going to find out in time.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's continue though. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think we're just in this day and age of, being a sleuth, armchair detective, like whatever you want to call it. I know there's a lot of people that passionately just want to find answers and truth. And I just think that with that and what platforms you decide to use your voice on comes great responsibility. And finding out some of the information, I think it could be detrimental to the safety of the people that could possibly testify. So I'm okay with waiting.
It is. And I think Dylan and Bethany, despite me wanting the answers, I think they are doing exactly what they should be doing, saying the fuck out, keeping quiet, don't say a word. And there could be a lot of reasons why why they're so tightly lipped. Maybe we know that they're already, restrained by the gag order, but maybe they are scared. Maybe that there is someone else in play. Maybe there's not someone else in play. Who knows? We just don't know.
Right. Absolutely.
All right, this is a 1 out of 5 page document. Here, we could alternate. I'll read page 2. You could go with page 3. So it says, I and Jet Levy declare and state as follows. 1. Since 2020, I have been an on-air host, correspondent, and producer at Law News Inc., one of the members of the media coalition in this action, and a multi-platform media company live trial network that covers true crime, legal news, and high-profile criminal cases. 2, I have over 20 years of experience in broadcast journalism, television production, and generating reporting news coverage. I graduated from the University of Cincinnati with a Bachelor of Arts degree in communication. Over the past several decades, since the beginning of my career in 2001, I have worked as a reporter, producer, anchor, host, and correspondent at various local new radio stations, television networks, and other media entities. I have extensively covered numerous high-profile trials in the past, including those of Kyle Rittenhouse, Derek Chauvin, Johnny Depp, and Alex Murdaugh. In 2015, I was nominated for an Emmy Award for my reporting of a missing toddler in Milford, Ohio. 3, in November 2022, 4 University of Idaho students were found fatally stabbed in an off-campus residence in Moscow, Idaho. On December 30th, Brian Koberger was arrested in Monroe County, Pennsylvania on 4 counts of first-degree murder and felony burglary, with a trial set to go forward in October 2023. Just 1 week after Mr. Koberger's arrest, a gag order was issued in this case, restricting investigators, law enforcement personnel. Well, where'd the rest go? I don't know where the rest went, but this says 3 out of 5. But okay, you go ahead. Oh, thanks, Carol. Hold on. Wait. Thank you so much, Carol Claus, for the super chat. I didn't see that. Love you. And yes, we're going to be doing trivia at some point this week. I just have to pick a day. I got you, Claus. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, this one's me.
Yes.
Chris Ingalls. Okay. I, Chris Ingalls, declare and state as follows. I'm an investigative reporter for King TV, a division of King Broadcasting Company. As such, I have personal knowledge of the facts and statements contained in this declaration. I have reported on the murders of the University of Idaho and the arrest and now prosecution of Brian C. Koberger to provide fair and accurate reporting of information that would be valuable to the communities impacted by the murders. I asked Major Christopher Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police whether law enforcement had launched any review of unsolved cases that could be linked to Mr. Koberger. Major Paris declined to answer my question, stating that he was bound by a gag order issued in this case. I declare under penalty of perjury under the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct, dated June 1, 2023. That's interesting, because didn't they actually have an interview with some of the, was it the district attorney's offices in some of the counties in Pennsylvania about if they were looking at Koberger, and they said that they were running it like through their analytics programs to see if there was any correlation to when he lived there and any unsolved crimes. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was very much earlier on, because when the second one came about more recently, where they're like Brian Koberger being looked into, his parents being summoned to the grand jury regarding the other woman who was killed. We're like, wait, we've already been here, where after he was first arrested, the whole talk about whether or not he was involved in other missing people, other murders, is that a possibility? And as far as I remember, they were like, no, nothing came from it. Hi, ATS News. You work it, girl. Dude, I still do Richard Simmons. Does anyone know Richard Simmons? Like the old school Sweating to the Oldies. I've been doing Richard Simmons my whole life, and I'm sorry, there's still nothing that pumps my blood and gets me going like freaking Richard Simmons and the little short shorts dancing to the oldies, sweating to the oldies, baby.
Oh my god. Was it Suzanne Summers from Step by Step? Didn't she do the workout videos too?
Oh, probably. Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure.
I think so. That's the ones I used to do all the time.
Dude, Richard Simmons all the way, baby. I still memorize all of the dance moves, and I love it. Get your
no.
All right. So this says, yeah, Richard Simmons, girl clothes. You know. All right, so it says, I, Erica Zuko, declare and state as follows. 1, I am an environment and general assignment reporter for King TV, a division of King Broadcasting Company. As such, I have personal knowledge of the facts and statements contained in this declaration. 2, I have reported on the murders at the University of Idaho and the arrest and now prosecution of Brian C. Koberger. To provide fair and accurate reporting of information that would be valuable to the communities impacted by the murders, I asked Moscow Mayor Art Bett about how the Moscow community was healing. Mayor Bett declined to answer my question, stating that the city attorney advised that he was bound by a gag order issued in this case. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct, dated June 1st, 2023. And there's one more, but you know what? Okay, go read it and then we'll discuss it.
Sorry, I was laughing at Brandy Wine. I was, because when you were talking about Richard Simmons, it's the sweatband for me.
Yeah.
But yes. So I feel like after reading these, like we're just seeing this continuity of them not answering any questions.
Right. And so what are they asking? Are they so they're arguing the gag order. They want what? The gag order to be lifted?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that they feel like the gag order is very restricting. For like the local press, I get also, you know, national media, but I feel like they feel like it's their duty to provide updates to the community for their safety.
Mhm.
And yeah, that kind of knowledge can be very valuable, but it also could be very dangerous. And I think in nowadays it's shown that like it's dangerous with some people, outlets, whatever that may be, the way you want to construe it. But I don't know.
Well, they can report Angels Lie to Keep Control. Oh, that's an interesting name, actually, now that I said it out loud. But they can report. They're just angry that there's no information to report on, right? But like I said earlier, it's a double-edged sword. Just as much good as it does, it will also in turn do damage because not everybody sticks straight to the facts. We do speculate, we do theorize, and look at how many, and we're going to get into this after we go through the documents, look how many innocent people are being dragged through the mud and having heavy accusations and allegations made against them. Emma Bailey, we have the owners of Mad Greek, we have so many people, and it's like, what is
after his arrest?
Right, after his arrest. So are we really supposed to believe that if they lifted this gag order and we got the information that we would be satisfied with it?
No.
I don't think so. It's Chaybinae, Rich. So this one just says the same thing. It's, again, just another person regarding the KTVB news group reporting on the murders. They explained that they were asking questions to the Pullman Police Department and they declined to answer her questions, stating that they were bound by a gag order. So granted, I don't know what the rules are. This is strange to me. Like all of these media corporations coming together and complaining that their questions aren't being answered. Like, is that normal?
I mean, I think that this is definitely a testament. I think that what is happening right here, I don't know. I feel like we're reaching a brink right now, in my opinion, on where we're at with this, because some of the questions that like I had seen in some of these documents I read, like one of them was like they simply asked like what was the size of Brian Koberger's cell or the standard cell in the jail. Nobody will even answer that. And I feel like from what I'm viewing of this, they just feel roadblocks. So it was like, you know, hey, media, everyone, we want your help to get out all this information to find this person. And then you reach out, ask for it, and then you just pull it back and then you stop. And this reminds me of another case, you know, back in August, Kylie Rodney, but that was the family. and
Yeah.
a little different, but it's just kind of like that, you know, we need the public, you know, we rely on our community, we need to get the word out, we need to find, and then we just got to stay quiet. And I don't know if there is a disconnect maybe with society of like, where are we going to just accept what is and be satisfied, or because we have like so much information at our tips because of the way technology has progressed, and also you know, with social media, like you just expect to have it all, and or do we crying like babies when we don't have it? I don't know.
Well, I think that we are currently in the day of age where things are changing. We have social media and, like you said, technology. So I feel like the difference and where these media companies might be at a hurdle is because in the past, usually we would just get all of our information from mainstream media and from like News Nation, right? Nancy Grace, this one, that one. Now it is not like that. Now I know that I don't get the majority of my information from mainstream media. I don't even have freaking cable. I get it from social media. I know some of the Facebook groups, right? If I want something, I go into that IDAHO group. Bam, it's there before it even hits News Nation. News Nation comes out at the end of the day, right? And so we have social media playing such a prevalent role now. So I feel like the court system is probably still trying to learn how to navigate that, right? Social media is huge. Online presence and technology is huge, and this is all different. So when we have such a big case like we do with this, it's like, well, how do we navigate this properly? But the mainstream media, like these companies, are probably like, hello, you know, like, why do we have to? But you can't give to one without giving to all, right? It's not like that information is just going to go to these mainstream media. They're going to go everywhere. So it's going to be ripped apart and used everywhere for content. So I feel like it's this new process of learning to navigate. So you're better off giving nothing than giving anything that could possibly damage the trial.
True. And I think one thing I know in our group chat with
Sorry.
It's okay. I was like, I know, like in our group chat with Woofy, I don't know if she's here, but like we were, you know, she had like a TikTok of a video that has since been edited, and that video snippet of the original is like still floating around on TikTok, and people believing it as such, even though the content creator has since gone in and corrected the video. But nobody really gets to see that.
Isn't that amazing? And that's what I've been discussing the past 2 days. So like, people just take things at face value. And the difference between, and I don't want to say mainstream, because mainstream media puts out misinformation all the time. I was shocked, you know, like as the last 2 years, like realizing, oh my God, they're getting a lot of information the same way we're getting information. But Amber is right, because it's almost like they are holding themselves at a higher level and they want access before anyone else gets access. But then you see Ashley Banfield, and don't get me wrong, I love Ashley Banfield, but you're getting your information from the Facebook groups. You're getting information from these YouTube channels. Like, now we're competing with, you know, I don't know. I just feel like it's all different. It's all new, and nobody knows. The court system has to catch up with technology, and they don't know how to account for that.
I mean, and laws, technically. I mean, if you look at it from a bigger picture, which obviously we're not going to go down that road, but really, there is a disconnect. Like, we're not caught up in the day and age of technology.
Yeah.
And how, like, our laws work with our people and serving justice. But I do agree with you. I was actually thinking about this competing between the mainstream media, the documents like that are coming out, they want information, they're not getting it, versus kind of like where we ended up. And like in my world and the company I work for, like we're around like news reporters and journalists quite a bit, just because it's like public relations, you know?
Yeah.
So that's not like uncommon for me. But one thing I found really interesting is like when a lot of this like kicked off, you know, like our friend Sleuthie Goosie, she did how I think she used to like one of those Twitter spaces, you know, where everyone can like join the calls. And she had like Brian Enton and all of them on there. Like, so you have like news reporters with sleuths now. That's kind of where I was going. Like they're sitting at the table with you. So it's really interesting, like kind of the day and age we're at with this. I think that there's a lot to come with this media gag order.
Right. No, absolutely. And it's like, so society needs to catch up with where technology is at, you know, and we see this same way with cyber crimes, internet stalking, harassment, things like that. The police genuinely don't even know how to go about it because there's loopholes in different states and everything needs to catch up because technology is moving faster than we are. So it's probably like, how do you navigate this? You know, how do you navigate the two? And I think I saw Amber said, wait, what, earlier? So can you repeat what you said as far as the video that had been debunked and you said what you said before?
Oh yeah. So I was talking to Whoopi, she had found a video that it was an original like snippet of a video on like floating around on TikTok and people believing that is still true. And it's about what the audio.
The damn audio that I've been discussing the past 2 days. And there's two different audios. Let me be clear. There's the Joseph Morris audio of the DV incident that was taken from another, I don't know if it was a YouTuber, someone on a social media, and that he altered and released. Then there's the one that Thou Shall Not Kill released, but it had been circulating months ago. And the neighbors, you guys, the neighbor of the King Road residents, the one who got the murders on audio, confirmed that none of that's from them. None of that's from them. You know, they confirmed there's already the interviews that are out there. Court TV discussed it. It's not theirs. But the point is that once these creators, social media, whatever, put it out, people just run with it. They don't take the time to fact check. They don't take the time. Everyone remembers the accusation. Nobody remembers the retraction. And that also circles back into when you're doing what you're doing with Emma Bailey and you're doing what you're doing with the Mad Greek owners. You think anybody's going to remember down the line if you come out and you say, oh, you guys, by the way, I was wrong. No, but they'll remember the accusations. They'll remember the breaking news, you know, Mad Greek owners, head of the drug, you know, international drug ring. They'll remember Emma Bailey's face all over these and again, Emma Bailey may be, you know, guilty of X, Y, and Z. Doesn't make her guilty of the crime, you know, the Moscow murders. And so this is what I mean by it's a double-edged sword. I know we want our information, but what are we going to do if they lift the gag order? What do you think we would do with this information? So they need to sit there and determine, does it do more damage than good? Is this going to potentially hurt getting the victims justice? Because at the end of the day, that should be the focus. How do we ensure that the person who did this is held accountable and that these victims get justice?
Absolutely. And I think that too, we talk about people kind of going in and depicting what information is here. So where I was going to get on the audio is that I think what you're just pointing out, like people to this day are still saying it's true, it's not true. But
we listened to the interview yesterday of this caller who is using that audio. Hey, Angie. Who is using that audio in reference to his opinions, right? He is, like Nay said, he's like, if you listen to the laugh on that audio and you listen to the laugh that Emmett Bailey did on the DV when she was pulled over for driving while intoxicated, he's like, it's identical laughs. She was there. That was her. And Thou Shalt Not Kill is not correcting him. Thou Shalt Not Kill. You came out and you pulled that video down and you had to admit that it wasn't, well, actually you didn't technically admit it was fake. You're like, oh, I didn't verify. I never said 100%. But yet this subscriber of yours, this viewer of yours is still using that to incriminate Emma Bailey in this crime. And have you spoken up and said, oh, wait, by the way, no, that was debunked. No, and that's the problem right there. I much rather would respect someone if you get something wrong, just say you got it wrong and you know, correct it versus letting that shit run because this is how misinformation just gets out of control.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you should always like vet your sources. Like don't trust us, like look at it yourself with your own eyes and be able to comprehend what you're reading and validate it. But, you know, with the story I was explaining about Wolfie was that we were discussing how this video is from a while back, but the content creator has since gone in and corrected that video. So that, like you said, the correction never gets
Nobody
told. People
remembers it.
still believe this. And what I was saying to Woofy, that when we're talking like technology, this is where I think is also can hurt us, is that the accessibility that we have to like screen record and screenshot, like it lives in time. And so as wonderful as it can be, it also can be an hindrance here. And this is just what people are seeing as fact. And I mean, and everyone's has their right to their opinion, but to where this is not credible information to the case and is very detrimental. And I would hope that something like that would not be released, because I doubt the family would ever want to hear that.
And I said, when I went live about that 2 days ago, I said, even if he didn't pull it down, I wasn't going to play it, even though I know it's not the audio from that night, but still it's distasteful. Can you imagine not only that your child was killed in this horrific manner, right? But their murders were partially caught on audio, because that's what we're dealing with, guys. Be very clear. Their murders were partially caught on our audio. How do you think it would feel as the family? Because don't tell me with the Gonsalveses, you see how much they're in social media. You see how much they're in the spotlight. They're keeping up with everything. So do you not think 1,000,001 people would send them that thinking it's the real thing? Like, look, oh my God, this was released. And they have to listen to this type of stuff. What about Ethan's parents? That is, like, do you think that they want to have to listen or believe that this audio is leaked? It's not. Any audio that you come across of apparently the murders taking place, it's fake. The neighbors came out, they spoke, they said, no, none of that is legit. So don't just believe it when you see it. And that's, again, the power of suggestibility, because not only are these audios leaked, but they have the words written out on the screen of what they want you to hear. Do you think in the middle of a murder that they're going to manage saying someone's first and last name, Breckopaca? No, like, give me a break. But again, nobody remembers the retraction. They just remember, bam, this title, this thumbnail, breaking news, this, that. Nobody actually follows through. So, but the damage is done. That's the point. The damage is already done. So what's your thoughts? Do you think the gag order should stay in place? Do you think it benefits, or do you think the gag order should be lifted?
My personal opinion, or are you asking chat?
I'm asking everybody.
I think it should stay in place at this point. I feel like, you know, if you want to try to give Brian, which he deserves because he's innocent till proven guilty, a fair trial, then we got to keep the media out, because that's already going to be the follow-up right now with the defense, is how the media has already tried him. And we already, you know, just chatted about that.
Right.
Sorry, I had a plane going over me.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. You know, another thing too, I think is really interesting, like with this, is like you talk about like moments that like are going to be really kind of pivotal maybe to other cases. This gag order could be, but for me, I found, and I did follow the Murdoch trial, a lot of the technology that came into play in court there, I knew it was there. It's really fascinating to get to see how also the court progresses with technology, because I think there's a lot of people who are reading just the affidavit alone and they're like, there's nothing there. But like, we don't know what tech data is there. And like, we are also coming into that age of the court system of how they can prove that, and with what degree you can pinpoint this person here and evidence involved. And so I found Murdoch to be really interesting, because I mean, I already knew kind of about the car technology and, you know, where you can track that, but even Paul's Snapchat. I mean, guys, we do not know what is on Bethany and Dylan's phones. And I think Dylan's phone is where the money's at. That's just my opinion, though. Just mine.
Well, we do know, as per the PCA, the time of the murders were determined due to Bethany and Dylan's phone data. Now, that could be something as simple as Dylan sending a text to one of the roommates or to Bethany saying, yo, did you hear that? What was that sound? Or like, who's in the house? Like, who was that? That it could be something as simple as that, or it could be more. And I just dropped the link, you guys, for Amber Truth Seekers channel. She did a documentary on Idaho 4. She does a bunch of the documentaries. She did an amazing Watts documentary too. So if you haven't already watched that, I would go watch it. If you aren't already subscribed, go subscribe. She puts so much time and work and effort into it, and it's really amazing. And it has all of like the information in one place. So definitely go check it out. Hi, Tippity Dip. B Crumbs.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of like the documents like today just released is, when my opinion after reading these, is media just kind of pushing back, like not getting any kind of information. So where does that line, begin and end? Like, technically, are we not respecting the due process in court to allow this to play out and be limited in the information?
Yep. Right here, Harlot. So Nightbot's gonna drop it right there. There it is, Harlot. Well, these are great questions, and I have issues with that too, but I have to accept that there have been many other cases where things did not add up to me. Things did not add up. And then after, when things come out, it's like, oh shit, like this. Listen, my personal opinion is, I think that Bethany may have still been sleeping. I think I know Dylan was awake. I think Dylan started to text all of them. Nobody would have answered aside from Bethany, but if Bethany was still sleeping, she may not have answered back right away. I think Shay made a great point. Shay said that she thinks that Dylan, because if you guys remember, Dylan's bedroom window, the screen was busted out, like it was off of the track. She thinks that she could have busted out the window and walked down to Bethany's room on the first floor, right? That's what you said?
Yeah, I thought before that she may have climbed out of the window and ran around to Bethany's, because it says that she saw him on the second floor, and then you hear Ellie say that they were asleep on the first floor. So I've wondered, like,
there's been contradicting statements.
Yeah, and even in the affidavit, it indicates kind of like just in that moment where she is when she sees Brian. So, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts too, but I know we all do, and I just want to be respectful of, the victims. I think I too have definitely speculated before, Brian was identified as a suspect. I look forward to finding out what more comes of court. I'm interested, really personally, just because I'm a policy person. I'm interested to see what comes out of this gag order with the media. I think it's going to be super telling of how we might see cases going forward, because there was I don't know if it's in here, but I know you and I've talked about, I love Elizabeth Baker too. I know you do as well. Like, she was talking about how one of, I guess, the Minnesota judges had also submitted as well to the court, and was explaining kind of, I think, how they approached the Chauvin case, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really interesting, because it's, you want to think about, like, if you had like Casey Anthony back then, where everybody was like with picket fences outside the court, versus being able to provide a community a way to watch the due process of this take place, not having to be right at the court. Court also possibly even jeopardize some of the jurors if they have to walk by or be moved along there. So, not to say that might not happen while they're there or what that looks like, but I'm just stating that, like, if we respect due process, I would like to at least be able to see. I think that that's fair. And that's what the Menace, I think one of the Minnesota judges was putting forth. I didn't love how, like, Lori's was not, we weren't able to see anything. It was just audio. And I'm a visual person.
Yep. See, watching Letitia's was so amazing, because we got to see the witnesses, we got to see her facial expressions, we got to see the evidence. It was like we were there, and it makes a huge difference. But I do not think they're going to stream this. I think, if anything, best case scenario, they will release the video after the fact, like have it happen live. Then later on, they will release it. But I think just audio. But here is the issue that I'm having. And here is, because what I do believe happened based on what we do know, that friends were summoned to the residence, my concerns are that people walk through that crime scene. My concerns, how many people walk through that crime scene. This is going to pose a big issue come the time of trial because you contaminated that crime scene. You contaminated that crime scene. How many people walked through that house, the amount of time that lapsed between the actual murders and the 911 call, who found their bodies, how we heard speculation, not fact, speculation that someone tried to perform CPR. Someone actually went in and checked. Again, cannot verify that. That is speculation. But this is all going to be an issue. If you don't think that's going to be an issue, how many people came in and out of that crime scene? It is.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't say I haven't seen it brought up in other cases in the past where they have talked about a contaminated crime scene, but I think for me it would be interesting to know when that call was placed, like were people just met outside? Did they stay in? Did EMS run in? Because the approach is interesting to me on how EMS and first responders were arriving there. Did they take any precautions going in? That's where I'm getting at.
Yeah. Well, this is it's my biggest issue surrounding it is when were friends notified? We know
God.
People around campus knew about it. We've heard enough, whether it was in the Dateline episode where the girl said how, well, I tried calling Kaylee in the morning and she obviously didn't answer. We know from Kaylee's own mom, she found out from her niece who found out someone from the camp. They didn't know exactly what happened, but they knew something happened at that house and there was something going on, whether it was a gunshot, an OD, a killing. They didn't know. There was just news. Right. And I was hung up on the word summoning for the longest time when they first said that, Amber, because it was interesting choice of words. And I think they used the word summon for a reason. Now, can that include they called? Sure. Can it include they texted? Sure. Can it include they physically left and got them and brought them back to the house? Because they all lived very close. I think they may have left and got them. But again, these are all going to be major issues come trial because of how many it's contaminated, how many people were in and out. And we have to try to understand, we better hope they have a bigger level of DNA, because if this is seriously just a single source, and we don't know if it is, they can have much more. I'm just going based on what we do know that they have. That's going to be easy to fight. That will be a lot easier to fight than if there was more DNA around the house, because I don't know if you guys know how DNA works. But I could carry someone else's skin cells literally, and your skin cells could end up in a crime scene just from another person that you may have interacted with at some point. We shed skin cells all the time. So granted, we don't know how much of his DNA, but I'm hoping it would be more than just that single touch DNA on the sheath.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
Well, Samantha, I don't know. See, this is where I feel like it's important is, were friends summoned immediately before 911 was called? Were friends summoned, friends got there, they saw what happened, and 911 immediately was called? Or was friends summoned, time elapsed, and then 911 was called? This is going to be a serious issue. It's going to be an issue. And that's why I feel like defense is getting their dream team together and they're going to throw out a bombshell. I don't agree with it at all, Lady V. I think that the jurors should absolutely have a right to go and visit the crime scene. Now, granted, they would have to suit up and take proper precautions from, because it's now going to be an issue as far as toxic, air and stuff. But they should absolutely have the ability to visit the crime scene. There's no reason why they should demolish it. What do you think, Shay?
I definitely think that they should keep the house. I mean, I've just never really understood why they would do it before the trial. I mean, that really bothers me. But, we got to remember it's not always often that a crime scene is quote unquote intact to visit. So I think that in of itself can be a privilege or a detriment,
Right. Well,
okay.
No,
I
go
was
ahead.
just saying, we know that shortly after, Brian was arrested, that they had the defense in there, and Brian's family hired a crime scene reconstruction expert to go in. I know we saw some of the media, reports and pictures from that. I think it'll be really interesting to see what their take on is of everything.
Well, hold on. My Nightbot is like not doing its job. So I'm trying to put everything back in.
It broke on you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it saying, you already have this command. And it's like, if I already have the command, why aren't you doing it then? Here's where I have questions. So we know that Steve was very much in the spotlight for a while. And he did say a lot of things that he may have jumped the gun. Like I said earlier, social media plays a huge role. And I know the Gonsalves family particularly was keeping up with what was being said. Okay. But here's the problem. Right after the PCA came out, Steve said in an article, because the Dylan and Bethany were getting a lot of backlash when we found out that they weren't both asleep on the first floor. Not only was Dylan on the second floor, but she was an eyewitness. She saw a figure in clad, right? And so people were like blown away by that. Steve came out in an article and said, you have to realize what these girls went through. When the girls stumbled upon what they saw, they went running out of the house. One girl passed out, and the other was so upset and hyperventilating she could not properly relay to the 911 dispatcher what was going on. That directly contradicts what Moscow police said. They said the 911 call originated from within the residence, from a surviving roommate's phone, and that friends were summoned prior to 911 being called. So my question is, Steve, did you have it wrong, or what the hell's going on here? Because if they witnessed what they witnessed and went running out, when did they have time to summon friends? If they ran out and they were calling outside, then the call didn't originate within the residence. So where is all of this miscommunication happening? Now, again, I leave that little bit of wiggle room that I feel Steve may, at least was very much keeping up with what was being said on social media. But you would think that he would know, because did he speak to Dylan or Bethany? Did they tell him where is these differing stories coming from?
Right. And I don't believe, from what I understand, they were at the vigil. At the vigil, because I believe there was a pastor that read their tributes.
Right.
So I assume that, I wonder if maybe they have a no contact. I mean, I know they have a no contact with the court system, but I wonder if there was like a underlining reason not to contact each other, or even if they would be. I have no idea.
I think that there is something shady surrounding it. Now, when I say that, does that mean that these roommates had to have involvement in the murders? No, they're not synonymous with one another. All I mean is, I think it was not handled properly, and for some reason, people were summoned over. People were in that house prior to 911. So when I look at it from that aspect, that opens the door to a lot of issues. how many people, who knew, contaminated crime scene, why, all of these issues that could very well have the killer walk. If it's a big enough issue, it's going to be something that could potentially be the downfall of a conviction.
Yeah, I mean, and we're all well aware that the Goncalves family, filed a tort claim against Moscow. So I still think that will be interesting. I mean, like I know we've talked about different things like we want answered, but a lot of like what is going on, if you're talking, rumor talk is, there's different sides of people that have two different connections with very, different stories on this time. I think the timing is what has been like a big, great debate. That's like one part of like the rumor mill that's going on besides the stuff with, Emma Bailey and all of that. But it's definitely the time. Like, I feel like the timeline is a very hot topic. I know people want more answers, and I saw Sleuthie in chat. I know she's done such an awesome job on her timelines as always. Would you mind if I drop her Twitter?
Of course, go for it.
Okay.
I have her channel in Nightbot, but Night isn't botted correctly.
Oh, yeah. And I think, timing is everything. It is really interesting. And the words are so, to me, like I hang on to every word and what they mean. And I, like you, when I summoned, I mean, that means an urgent call for a witness to be present.
Say Xana was unresponsive. It said the friends were summoned and police was dispatched for an unresponsive. Wait, okay, hold on. It said in the beginning, yes, that someone believed to be passed out upstairs. They never said a specific name. I'd have to pull all that old stuff back up because I don't want to say something verbatim without remember specifically, but they never said Xana. That's what I'm saying. I think they used that specific word for a specific reason. So so here's the bigger question is if friends were summoned, why? Before you summoned friends, did you know what happened? Did you see the bodies? Because this is where I struggle the most. If Dylan went down or if Bethany came up, they would have passed Xana's room. And we know Xana was partially out of the doorway. It was visible from the hallway. So unless, like you said, Dylan busted out her window and walked around outside, or Dylan went through the slider and walked around to the first floor, they would have seen what was happening. And if it was loud enough for the neighboring camera to pick up, and Dylan was already awake and physically getting up 3 times within 10 minutes, do not tell me you wouldn't be on guard and on alert if you had to get up 3 times out of your bed and go to your door because of what you were hearing. I highly doubt you went right back to bed. And I know people are, okay, frozen shock phase. I know it's possible. 1 hour, okay. 2 hours, okay. 3 hours, okay. We're talking about 8 hours here. At what point do you think she would have called someone, got up, left her room, busted out the window, these things? That's why it's this timeline. I struggle with it. I really struggle with it.
Oh, I agree. And I think that it also kind of brings on the questions like with the time frame of it's like, I guess it's so hard because obviously you would never want this ever to happen or be in this type of position. So I do feel for the surviving roommates, and it is sad. I think that just for the common people here trying to like understand in the timeline of it's like, how could it really like, how could you not process like what's going on and what you're seeing? Why would you not reach out? And one of the things I was going to tell you, and it correlates to this that I went back to, is I don't know if you guys remember, but I have to find the screenshot like on my phone, like buried in there. But it was Ethan's sister-in-law. She was verified on Reddit. And she was the one, at the very early on in the case, she was actually questioning like apparently that Dylan had called like all the roommates.
Yes. Yeah, I
And so
remember that. Yeah.
yeah, and I remember that, but I mean, I don't know if some people do. They're like, well, what kind of information would she have on her phone? I mean, that could really put the timing into play. I mean, it could be easily explained, but there could be much more. However, when you look at some of these search warrants and documents that are coming out with like AT&T and some of these bigger tech companies, I see that they are trying to limit and seal what will ever come out of that, because a lot of that information, one, could be really personal, but also very detrimental.
But do
And
you see the timeline for the time frame for those documents interests me.
it
They're very
does.
particular.
They are. I was wondering if you were going to get to that, because I thought that was really interesting.
Let me pull it up. Yeah, they're very particular. And I think it was Snapchat is the one for the victims, right? Let me pull it up just to be.
Well, I know the AT&T is like, I think it's the third one we've seen.
Okay.
And the dates, I think, or it starts with like a June date. So people are assuming that like maybe that's when he moved to the area.
Exit. Okay. So we have 4 different social media apps so far that they had warrants for, and it was Reddit, Snapchat, Strava, and TikTok. Snapchat particularly was the warrant for the 6 of their phone record. But the interesting part is the timeline, like the specific time that they're looking at it. So hold on. So this is AT&T. AT&T.
Yeah, Sleuthie says Snapchat was for, there's not one for Brian, but it's for the victims and surviving roommates. But yes, and so Sleuthie, I think to my understanding, even talking with my teenage kids like that are in college, that's how they communicate, is through Snapchat. They think like the messages just disappear and you can never pull them ever.
Well, it reminds me of something that the Kim and the Dave said, and you guys know how I feel about Kim and Dave. But the guy Dave did say it was a Snapchat. He found out from Snapchat. It was a Snapchat group message. Now, I haven't used Snapchat in a long time. I didn't know there was like a group message availability, but I feel like this is going to play a major freaking role. Who knew? How many people on campus knew? How did they know? What did they know? Why did they know before 911 was called? This is a big issue, because if you want me to believe she was in a frozen shock phase, okay. You want me now to get behind friends were summoned before 911? Okay. But you're telling me that now that this was going out on campus, like there was enough time for it to play ping pong with different people on campus and rumors and the game of telephone to play before 911 was called? No, that is where I have the issue. Yeah, and that's why I said, Amber, I'm like, we know that Kim is who she says she is, right? That doesn't mean what she says is truthful, but I do believe there's nuggets of truth in there. Nuggets of truth. They went to August 1st because they previously pulled these warrants back in November, like for Snapchat, from August 1st through present. So they're backing it up, son. Okay. But I'm like,
Well, I think people are like, well, why would they back it up? But I think like you have to expand the correlation of how these people could be connected. Like, when did it begin? When did it end? Like, so say like the search warrant is just for like August through December. I mean, well, I'm not going to say August. Let's just say like October or whatever through now. Like, you would be looking at maybe just interest in the case and what somebody's searching. But like the further you go back, the more you're finding correlation, is the way I was trying to understand their reasoning.
8458 phone number account. It's also interesting choice of words because if you look through the 4 of these warrants, some of them include the breaking and entering, like the wording, the verbiage is different. So if you look at this, okay, I wish I had an easier way to do this. All right. So regarding the AT&T, it says, on this day, there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in upon said premises consists of evidence of the crimes of homicide and burglary occurring at 1122 King Road, to include user account information, location, data, and stored communications. So that's AT&T. Now, if we go to the next one regarding Reddit, it says there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information related to the investigation of the homicides of Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan on the Reddit account of Brian Koberger with any of the following identifiers. So already different verbiage, different, that it's not identical. It's not, so does that mean that there's different things particularly on the different accounts? Like, I don't know. This one says, and this is for Snapchat. Not this. Hold on.
Don't look at the screen if you get dizzy.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Doesn't bother me.
Where'd it go?
I'd like to be a fly on the wall and just see all this like data.
So this one says, oh no, gosh darn it. Snap.
Can you find?
Okay.
Do you look
So,
find?
Snapchat says, on this day, showing probable cause establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant and probable cause to believe there is information regarding the crimes of homicide and burglary occurring at 1122 King Road on the following Snapchat accounts between, June 23rd and August 1st. So then we have the Strava, and the Strava says, there is probable cause establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information related to the investigation into the crimes of homicide and or burglary at 1122 King Road on all Strava accounts linked to recovery, email, cookie, Android ID, creation IP, or phone number associated with the following identifiers. So I just noticed there's different verbiage used in each of the warrants, and I'm just curious, does that play a role? Is that because they know that there's something there and it's different for each, or it's just maybe just simply because different people wrote it up? No, well, it's the same person, but like maybe there's nothing to it, maybe there's a little bit more. I don't know.
I would like to think that if you're writing a legal document, like, you need to be very, clear and with your intent, what you need.
Right.
I think that there's a lot of reasoning to the words in legal documents, even though I get really annoyed when there's misspellings.
Oh, hey, Jack. Sorry.
No, you're fine. And I know it happens, but I don't know. What we know is, Steve kind of had, Gonzalez had like the data mine of Kaylee's phone.
Right.
And I would assume that the other parents obviously would be willing to provide what they can or approval quickly to, identify stuff. But yeah, I wondered, like, why are they going so deep into stuff. Is there enough connecting to Brian? Who knows? I mean, obviously he's still innocent, but that's the fear is like, you have this badass defense team coming in. People, have things that they feel like that they should have been like, shown already if they have some kind of evidence that they weren't. Like one of mine was like always, why haven't we ever seen a picture of the Elantra provided by the police of what they're saying they have on cameras around the university? Why?
Okay.
That would have been the easiest thing to show people.
So, are you one of the people who thinks that there's 2 Elantras?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not in the Elantra like mix as much as like Whoopi, because I respect some like honest research on this, but I really don't have a dog in the fight on it. I'm curious, but I haven't really gone down that rabbit hole of like, is there different Elantras? I think that there's different cars. I think people, foresee that you have some of these, campus police, driving around and, normal, not marked vehicles that are just like our day to day. They're definitely not police vehicles. So there's has been if one of those was like the one driving by from the officers right there in Band Field when they were doing the public intox confrontation with the frat boys.
Right.
I do think that I've heard that people say there's a couple different launches, but I've always wondered if they were doing that based on the pictures that they were seeing coming from media before the white car was named as a suspect, that we were looking for that and people were like going back and finding it. I'd like to know more. Sorry, not to talk in circles. I just don't really know how that's all come about.
I'm in the possible 2 Elantra pool simply because it literally says a white Elantra appeared for the first time coming from the neighborhood and leaving. Then another comes back, but without LP, without license plate. In the PCA? Sorry, I'm thinking. What I want to know is, why didn't they ever clarify where Brian parked?
I mean, they describe how he backs up and does the turnaround. And see, that's another thing that's in debate is the amount of time of him moving around.
Amount of time. Was this a back-to-back thing? Was it a 3-point turn, going up, moving this, that? Or was it back-to-back in succession? Or was there time elapsed between? Did he do a 3-point turn, stop, then make the move? Like, I think it was Sleuthie who recreated the movements on a map, if I'm not mistaken. And it's like, how much time elapsed between? We're just assuming. We don't know. It never clarified where he parked. And I thought it was really interesting that they left that out. Yeah, as far as we know, his never did. He had 1 single plate, not 2. So if they're referencing an Elantra seen leaving the area with 2 plates and then 1 coming back, I'm going to have to look a little bit more into that. Well, I mean, yeah, that's possible, Tetra Ed. Maybe he parked off camera, but it doesn't say one way or the other.
But for them to have like such a description of like his point of turn and things he's doing, he's obviously on camera. And I think for a lot of people that have, questions about how he, came to be as a suspect and have read things, like that just seems like one of the easiest things that you could show, to the public that shouldn't hurt the case, especially if it's dark. I mean, how many times have we seen vehicles in some type of crime of a camera footage being shown, in the media? Like, that's not uncommon. Where does that hurt things? Sleuthie just said, yes, that's my like 30-second video. You got to keep pause instead of playing it through. Okay.
Okay, hold on. I pulled up the PCA.
I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize that's where the Tua launcher thing was coming from. I mean, I've always thought that there was definitely traffic of vehicles going on there. I've never doubted that. I did see what Amber said, something about parking in the parking lot of the apartments. That was actually one of kind of my theories that would have been an easy way to at least, suss out a place if that's, what one would be doing. You could see right back into the windows.
Okay, so a review of camera footage indicated that suspect vehicle 1 was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block at approximately 3:26 and westbound on Steiner Avenue at 3:28. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 and ending at 4:20. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive. Based off my experience, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time
She
frame.
said stop.
Stop? No, stop. Okay. Do you want to come up, Sleuthie? You could come up. Hold on, I dropped the link.
Yeah. She said, okay. I was reading what Sleuthie was saying in chat because that was kind of one of the things I was curious about when this PCA came out. We were always told by LE that the crimes most likely were like closer to the 3 a.m. hour. And when it hit 4, I was just completely flabbergasted.
Okay. And Amber, you could come up too. Anybody who wants to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1. I started earlier than that, so hold on.
She's going to come up real quick.
Okay. So a review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan hereby after suspect vehicle 1. Sleuthie? Was observed traveling in the westbound. I don't think we can hear you.
What about now?
Now we can hear you now.
Okay. read what you just read, just the part you just read.
I don't remember which part. This one, a review of camera footage?
Yeah.
Okay.
After Steiner, like after they say about Steiner.
Okay. So it says, on this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive.
Okay. So it makes 3 passes. On the 3rd pass, it leaves because then it picks back up and it says it appears on camera a 4th time. So that means that the 3rd time that it passed the house, it left the area.
Oh, snap.
So
okay.
In order to do that, it would have had to have started already in the area. Like the first sighting would have had to have been it leaving, like passing the house going towards King Road. So that would be 1. Then it came back and passed the house a 2nd time going, let's say, towards the Queen Road apartments. That's 2. And then the 3rd time it passes, it goes back towards King Road, passes. So if I'm in the driver's seat, the house is on my left. I drive past it again and I leave on the 3rd time. So I had to have started, let's say, this is just me speculating, let's just say in the area, the parking lot behind the house.
Okay. So you think it's a totally different vehicle that came into play?
I don't know if it's a totally different vehicle. However, they don't give you any type of movements between the time that it disappears or by the time it leaves via Walenta Drive until it reappeared. Like, it's not like it puts it back on Steiner or back on the main road or coming down Taylor Ave again. Like, it just says it appears again, but it doesn't tell you from where it came from.
That's true. They have a lot of specifics as far as the movements, but then it just says it appears.
Yeah. So, and I think that what's important for me is that you're saying that the first time it appears on camera is at 3:29, but let's just say, like, if that car that was seen at Steiner Ave at 3:26, if that was the car, it would have been seen coming from the opposite direction. Like, it would have been seen coming from Taylor Ave. So the first time it would have been seen on camera, it would have been, the driver's side would have been where the house was on the right side of the driver.
Mhm.
Does that make any sense? That's why I made those little diagrams, because I'm like, there's no
Yeah.
way I'm making any sense. But like, if in order for it to have been on camera 3 times, it would have had to originated from in the neighborhood already.
Okay. So, but then where do you think a second car comes into play?
Could it have been the car that they saw on Steiner?
Oh, you think the Steiner and then this car is completely separate?
I mean,
Like
maybe.
the
Let me put
vehicle
it
that
this
they
way.
seen. Okay.
If that car that they saw at Steiner was the same car that they're talking about that passes 3 times and then leaves at 3:29 or whatever, if it was the same car, that car would have passed, it would have passed the undercover officers that were there on Taylor, because they were still there,
Okay.
which, not like everybody, I need to put out that report, but not everybody knows they sat there for a minute.
Okay.
And then the
Is
first
that the
time,
one? Is that the one that Mob Crew Chris was doing the comparison of? Like, if it could be the drive-by when they're having that.
probably,
Okay,
probably.
I
I
remember that.
do you remember the see, it was silver, the car that the undercover officers were in.
Right.
So, for instance, when that landlord that's like one street down, do you remember seeing the articles where it was like the landlord, I don't even remember their name, for maybe Francis something, says that they saw the vehicle, or a white or light colored sedan drive by that road like twice.
At the apartments, I remember that
Yes.
the landlord pulled the video. Yes, we never saw clips of that though, right?
No, but I think that is the 2 undercover, like, I think that is the undercover car that was going towards to sit, because when that Banfield call started, it was not like a phone call. Like, nobody called and said there's drunk kids that are walking around. That was those 2 officers were sitting in the parking lot at those apartment complexes that are right in front of where they stopped those boys.
Right.
And they sat there and they watched them. They were sitting there waiting for people to walk by drunk.
Yeah.
And then they got out of their cars and stopped them themselves. It was all officer initiated. So they were sitting there for like 10 minutes before, and watching these boys before they finally got out of the car and stopped them. And when they did, they parked their car on Taylor Ave pointing back towards Steiner. They were right in front of that fire hydrant.
I don't find it weird though that the cops would be there just because, like, for example, the college I went to, Sleuthie, our Greek row area, there would be a lot of cops out there. Like, whether they're invited or not by the campus. That's always been kind of one thing that, like, it didn't bother me that they were there, but it does seem kind of like a trap.
I think yeah, I mean, yeah, and especially if you're only going to do one. Like, they did that one and then they left, but maybe like they have
Mm-hmm.
to. I'm wondering if maybe they have to. So they were just the 4 unlucky kids that walked by. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it was like, was it homecoming weekend? Right? I think so.
No, Maybe, I don't know. I do know that it was the last home game was that night
Home game.
or day.
Okay.
But I just feel like if that was so if that car is the car, then it had to pass those officers the first time, like when it initially came down Taylor Ave, because then the cops left. So if you're laying out this affidavit and you're like, okay, you would want, at the very, very least, you would want the very first time it appears in the neighborhood, right? And then the very last time it appears in the neighborhood and then is never seen again. If the first time it ever appeared on camera was at 329 and it passed 3 times and on the third time it left, then it couldn't have come from Steiner Avenue, because it would have been the 4th time it passed, it would have left. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
So I
But
really think it came from the neighborhood, like either the apartments, the Queen apartments, or that parking lot behind their house.
they should have all of this though, because they have Brian's, at least with his phone data, the exact movements. They should have it a lot more than just on the King Road camera that's picking up. They should be able to show his exact movements in multiple, especially on what was that, like that main road where Jack in the Box is. He went out on that road, not in that exact location, but there would be a lot of places that picked him up. Even at the red lights, any red light cameras, they should be able to track the exact movements and show exactly when the car pulled up.
Dude, there's so many cameras. I was putting that together today.
Yeah.
There are so many cameras, and not for nothing, but they are Idaho Department of Transportation cameras. Okay, so they're like not terrible cameras. I mean, they're good cameras.
They're enough to get a clear damn light. I could tell you this. If I even move my car like a little bit on like a right on red when I'm not supposed to, I'm just a little over that. Doesn't matter if there's snow, dirt, filth, it perfectly captures my license plate.
Yeah, and like a lot of people were saying, well, maybe the cameras, all the cameras, between Moscow and Pullman, maybe they didn't get a license plate because it didn't have a front license plate, and like maybe it's hooked up to capture. But you can't. I mean, first of all, if you look at all the cameras, you could tell that there's maybe like 2 or 3 that wouldn't have caught a rear license plate.
Right.
But that's because it's a one-way road. So those are the only ones that wouldn't catch them. And you also have to remember that it's a college town, and there may not be like hundreds of white Elantras that don't have a front license plate, but there are a lot of cars that don't have a front license plate. Xana's car didn't have a front license plate. Arizona doesn't need to have front license plates. Yes. Or Nevada or wherever it is. Yeah, Arizona. Yeah.
Well,
so
I'm glad you brought that up, because I even see people like that don't, I guess they're not like correlating that you don't have to have a front license plate for Pennsylvania. And I don't know if that's just people hadn't like kind of caught up and put 2 and 2 together. So to me, like that's not weird,
Yeah.
But it is telling like what car drove by, like those words you said, like I think you were highlighting it appeared, maybe the appeared word, like what do you mean? Like, was it just not visible or was it not there?
Right. Like, did you see any plate at all? Right. Because then I'm thinking about that girl in Pullman after his arrest that was like, there was like a black car that backed all the way up to my door. And like this guy chased me to my door and was like trying to get in. And the car had no license plates whatsoever. Now, if there were no license plates on this car and that's why you couldn't get one, then that's way more suspicious to me than just a car driving around the neighborhood. If it was driving around with no license plate, then that's a big problem at all. But there's a lot of kids. I just got a records request yesterday or this morning from Pullman, and because I saw there was a call on the log for Whitman County that on November 14th, it said something to the effect of like needing police assistance to needing like police assistance about like a front license plate, something about a front license plate. And I was like, ooh, like there's no way they're going to give me this, but I'm going to put in a request anyway, because that has to have been where they saw this footage and they were like, oh shit, this car doesn't have a front license plate. So let's go contact someone in Washington and see like how many white Elantras they have over there that don't have, or even white cars that don't have front license plates.
Right.
So I get this back and it's not that at all. It's a guy, an older guy, okay, who has like worked at a college in Washington and has lived in Washington, lives in Washington, has been there for decades. Okay. And in the narrative, it says that he called because he wanted to know if his car had to have a front license plate. And the cop was like, and I informed him like that, yes, it's a requirement. And then this older guy was like, because his car doesn't have a bracket for the front license plate, for a front license plate. And the cop told him that there are aftermarket brackets that he would have to get and eventually, get the front license plate put on for the Washington one, but that at least put one in the back for now, but it would have to, you could get an aftermarket bracket. And at first I thought, well, damn, what are the odds? But then I thought, wait a minute, this man has lived in Washington for decades. There's no way he didn't know. So
yeah,
what
he
is
didn't
this
know
about?
that. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
And I was telling Melissa, Sleuthie, because I was catching up on some of your stuff, was like, I felt like your approach to this was like, have they exhausted, all of their resources into looking at all possible suspects, like how far did this go and where did it narrow in?
Oh, 100%. My biggest concern, and I think where people get confused about me, is they think I'm like trying to get Brian Koberger off and this and that. And the simple,
you just want the truth.
The simple fact about it, well, yeah, I want the truth. And the simple fact about it is that I want to make sure that if Brian Koberger is the one that did it, that literally everything that was supposed to be done was done and everyone was looked into the way that we're supposed to, because not the absolute worst thing. They say you'd rather let 10 guilty people go than put one innocent person in jail. And right. I understand that. And I can get behind that too. But my other thing is like, so what if this person really did do it? And because things weren't looked into the way that they should, they didn't exhaust every single lead that they had. They didn't run down every single person that was a viable suspect for this and clear them. Is he going to get set free?
Harley, we act like, how far back was the interaction with the guy with the front plate from?
Dude, it was the 14th of November.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, that's peculiar.
Yes. That is weird.
That is
related, but not about license plates. I have a question for you, Sleuthie. And I don't know whatever came of this, but I know like you're good friends with Nerdy Addict, and I remember him looking into why the network went down at Washington or at Idaho State. Do you know whatever came of that during the time of the crime?
Apart from him sending that information in, I don't know. As far as I know, nobody got back to him or anything.
I just found that too to be very coincidental during the said time of crime.
Well, what he was trying to like, so if you went and like, let's say a particular day of the month or a particular time, bi-monthly, the system goes down and it was within those parameters, like that would be one thing. But when he was looking at, he was like, wait a minute, like, it's not like this was like regular system maintenance. There's no warning that there is going to be system maintenance. Like there's seemingly no reason for why it would have been down or that it was even down. Like if you weren't looking, his brain works different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. I would have never thought to look at that.
I mean, so if the cameras, I mean, obviously you said those are run by the Idaho transportation.
Yeah. All the main street cameras, I've got the list of them.
I wonder what the network going down would do to like any kind of on campus, like tech stuff, like really where that would affect if it was outside of like a normal maintenance, like scheduled maintenance.
So the way Nerdy explained it to me is that the on campus, like whatever on campus electronics that are on the system. So if there are cameras on campus, then those would not work. These are like, if you're looking at a map of Moscow and you're looking down, you can see like the King Road house and then like the two major roads, like the 270 that leads to Pullman
Mhm.
and then the one that goes north to south. I guess it's 95. Um, they're literally all along like 95 in the center of town where they were, like downtown Moscow, and then on the way to Pullman. So they're like, those cameras are not off the main roads, so none of those would be affected. But if this person would have driven through, let's say, I don't know, maybe like, I believe the sorority houses and stuff are they're like on campus, right? So if there were cameras out that way, then yeah, anything on campus, whatever required the system to work, it wouldn't work.
I think that's interesting, even if it's just coincidental, you know, like I just find that interesting too.
If it
Why?
hasn't gone down since then, I'd like to know why. You know what I mean? Like if it never did that whole year and then it didn't after that, I
Right,
would be
it's like
curious why.
Epstein, right? The guards are magically asleep and the cameras magically went down on this special occasion.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Why do you think they didn't include seeing the DoorDash driver vehicle in the PCA?
Mm, I don't know.
What is your thoughts on the DoorDash driver, Sloopy?
I don't know. I don't know. I know that I get I get frustrated, so I don't like often talk about it because, and it's not anybody's fault besides the people disseminating the information.
Yeah.
It's only their fault. But there's people that are like, wait a minute. And what makes it even worse is that all the sources and all the people that they speak to at one point just all became anonymous. So now you really can't keep track of who it is that you've heard stories about because, or who said what, because they're all like anonymous people. So when they say the DoorDash driver was cleared like long ago, well, no, it wasn't, because we didn't even know that there was a DoorDash driver until the PCA came out. And
Right.
literally in it, all it says is that they like verified the information that was provided by that person.
Well, why didn't they? I found it interesting that they said that so it was a review of Xana's phone records determined she was likely awake and using TikTok at 4:13 a.m. But then it also says that after the DoorDash driver came forward, they were made aware that she received the order, right? And it's
I
like,
don't,
if her phone, if you were able, wouldn't the DoorDash be one of the last apps open and running in her phone, given if she had just ordered it? Everything happens around 4 a.m. And I found it peculiar that they were only made aware. I mean, eventually they would find out, but they were only made aware after the driver came forward.
I think that they, I think that they found something. What's interesting to me is that the DoorDash warrant came back, like it went out, say on the 6th of December, came back on the 7th of December, and then they announced, or maybe it was the 5th and the 6th, and then the 7th they announced that they're looking for this white Hyundai Elantra. And I'll be honest, like when I go back and I look at all the videos of them like speaking to the person in the white Hyundai Elantra, like on their YouTube channel and stuff, when they stopped it, when they started doing their own little pressers, and it really sounded like they were talking to like someone that they thought maybe was scared because they had seen something, or maybe was oblivious to the fact that someone was in the area, like a DoorDash driver. Like they the way that they were talking to that person, and the fact that they never reached out to um, Brian Koberger, if they didn't. I mean, I as far as I know, they haven't.
Right.
Um, I just I almost feel like that they got the information back from the DoorDash. And if you look at when they announced it to us, they never said that they like were reviewing camera footage and that's where they saw this car. They said from tips and leads, like their interviews And tips and leads that came through is how they found out that this white Hyundai Elantra was in the area at the time of the murders. And then they provided us stock photos. So in my head, I'm like, okay, so this is what you were told, maybe by multiple people, but surely if you had it on camera, you would be posting those photos, right? I mean, how many blurry photos have we seen of cars? And they're like, do you know who
Right.
drives this car?
Right.
And you're like, how am I supposed to know? Like, what? And so I thought that maybe it was possible that they got the DoorDash back and they were like, hold on, like, this says that Xana got a DoorDash. And this, they requested like the name of the driver, the car that the person drives, every
They
time
would
they've,
have all
you know,
identifying details from that DoorDash.
yeah. So I'm like, did they find it off of there? And they're like, holy shit, this DoorDash person never came forward to tell us that they were there delivering a DoorDash. So now we got to find them.
But it says that's how they found out. It literally says they found out from the person coming forward. And that's what's so weird to me. It's I have to find it.
Something person that provided this information.
It was right after it said a review of Xana's phone data determined that she was likely awake, but
I think it's in the beginning.
Yeah, I don't even know where I am. Hold on. No, I'm kind of in the beginning. So this is after they looked.
Well, and I found it interesting that they never said she placed the order.
Okay, so it
She
said
didn't have to place it.
So it says that the occupants were likely in the rooms or asleep by 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. And so it's like, if you were able to determine that she was awake and using TikTok, I'm assuming you got that information from her phone. If she had just ordered DoorDash, it would be one of the last apps running. But you didn't know until the driver. I mean, they would have eventually found out, but you found out initially from the driver who reported it to you guys.
Well, they pulled Xana's Apple warrants and did the forensic downloads and stuff long before that. So you would have assumed that.
That's why I'm like, is she the one who placed the order? I don't know. That's strange to me.
Yeah, unless there was no record of it in her phone.
Right.
I mean, that you're right.
It would have been one of the last apps open and running. Like if she had just received it around, everything happens around 4 a.m., right? It would have been one of the, I highly doubt she did that scroll up thing where you exit out the running apps. Like it would have been one of the last apps open. It would have been the one of the last texts because you get the text, your DoorDasher arrived, your DoorDash is on their way, your DoorDasher just went to the restaurant. It would have been one of the first things they knew.
I mean, that little blurb that they put in there about, read that last like sentence again about the DoorDash.
So it said, this is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information.
I mean, to me, that just sounds like the DoorDasher put in a tip, and they were like they put in an anonymous tip or whatever, put in it and said, hey, I delivered a DoorDash at 4 o'clock and blah, 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 blah. And they were like, well, let's pull these warrants and see if this DoorDash person is legit.
Like, hey.
And then they did, and they identified what the name of the person was and possibly what they were driving. But it doesn't say that they interviewed that person. It doesn't say that they even found that person, just that they identified them.
See, I take it as they identified them and they're the ones who reported the information. I think it's like, oh my God, you wake up the next day, there's this horrific murder, and it's like, I was there last night. Holy fuck. Let me call, let them know, yo, I was there, but I had nothing to do with this. That's how I perceive it to be.
Everybody did that, right?
Yeah.
Like the private party driver was like, a couple days went by and I was like, oh my God, I drove those girls home. So I called the police to tell them.
Right.
And they were like, oh, we already knew. But nobody had reached out to him. So he was like, so, I gave them my statement.
They were never interviewed. Granted, these are people who just come out on channels and this is what they're saying. So I can't verify it. But they're like, I was never interviewed by law enforcement.
That's how I feel. And why would they say that? First of all, you have that Joe V. Dot or whatever. I'm not sure how do you say his last name. The one
Grub
was
truck.
Grub Truck. And then you have the neighbor, Jeremy Reagan, the one that's in law school or whatever. And they're like going on multiple, he's on the news, Joe's all over TikTok, and they're saying, you know, I went down. I went down repeatedly. Jeremy was like, he basically like went down there over and over again and like forced them to take his DNA. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I worry about is her digging her hands into something like that and saying, wait a minute, this man lives right next door. So and so is around her, Enan. He also has said, apart from them like stopping the day that they found them and asking anybody if they had cameras or if they saw or heard anything, he said the only other time that he knew that they came by, he wasn't home.
Right.
But so did he have a formal you know what I mean?
Well, Einan lost all credibility to me when he altered his post.
You know what's interesting? People will say, oh my gosh, how weird that like Brian Koberger said to his neighbor, sounds like they don't have any suspects. And they're saying it's a crime of passion. It's like, dude, what? I had the same conversation like repeatedly when this happened. I was repeating everything I read. Like that came from an article. So I would have said the same thing. What's weird to me is the day that they wake up that Enan Harsh posts on his thing that had happened and that there was no evidence. How the fuck do you know there's no evidence?
Right.
What?
Nothing.
No evidence. Huh?
And then he like tried to later corroborate the scream and the time. And
well, the same day that Einan altered his post, and I have the screenshot of it, he altered his post to take out no screams, as the same day Joseph Morris comes out with that fake audio. And here it is. You altered it. You changed it. And the same day, all of a sudden, these articles start coming out with screams heard. Joseph Morris, that's the stuff that does a disservice to these cases, and I can't stand it. So even if Einan is saying partial truth, I can't believe any of it now because you lost your credibility.
Yeah, I'm going all the way back to that same exact edited post, and I want to know where on earth you got the idea that there was no evidence. It is an odd thing to say.
Right. Just because they didn't come out with it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, Einan is actually supposed to be coming up on panel next week. We'll see how it goes. I have a lot of hard questions.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
My favorite
be
person.
Good. I heard he needed like $100 to come onto an interview.
I ain't paying him shit. I said to Amber, because she talks to him, I'm like, if he wants to come up, that's fine, but I'm not going to kiss his booty. Like, I'm going to have questions.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I think if anybody will to be, him in particular, for instance, I mean, if you're gonna talk to him, I feel like I got really tired really quickly of the whole like, tell me about how people accused you, and that is so terrible. Like, what? No, listen, he came forward. He's the one that said that he heard this and that. And what's even more interesting about that is that he was saying he heard a scream at 4, okay, when the police was telling the whole world that they died between 3 and 4. So then we get the PCA that says that they died between, they think they died between 4 o'clock and 4:25. So once again, we have this coincidence where you're providing like a piece of information that's, do you know what I mean? Why didn't he say 3:30 or 3 o'clock?
Right.
I was always shocked by the timing, though, that it moved.
It moved. Everything moved. Originally, both of the surviving roommates were on the first floor. Now, at least I could reason with that, where, okay, maybe they didn't want to say there was someone on the second floor and she saw him, like maybe for her protection. But everything moved. Again, like summoning friends to the residence. 911 was called, yet Steve is out here saying they saw what happened, ran out, threw up, passed out, there's conflicting statements, and that bothers me because the truth remains the same. It should not change.
Well, I think Steve, and I've said this before, they were all up in the Facebook group and stuff, and I think that Steve, in wanting answers, not getting them from anywhere, I think there were quite a few times where I heard him repeat things that I had like read on Reddit. You know what I mean? I think he gets like really mixed up, and he just wants answers. And then like most people that follow this case at this point, I think a lot of people at this point, unless they have something that they are using to keep track of everything, most people don't even remember what they heard like from the police versus what they read on Reddit. Or like most of these people say, oh well, I heard that blah 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 blah, and you're like, okay, well, where did you hear that at? And they're like, well, I don't really remember. It was in it was in the PCA. And you're like, what? No, it's not.
Right.
And I think it's because they're pulling it from so many different areas. They don't know like really what's rumor and what's legitimate, you know.
And that's what makes me so angry when I see the channels releasing the fake audios of the murders and things like that. You know, it does get back around to these families. Even if they aren't looking, it's being handed to them. That's what happens, you know? And that's where the argument of social media, it's a double-edged sword, you know, like it does good, but it also does damage. So how do you feel about the gag order?
I don't know. I mean, is it doing what it's supposed to?
Would it, you know, like it's going to be ineffective either way. It's going to cause chaos when it's in place. And I think even if all the information was released, we'd still tear it to bits.
I mean, I think even if they loosened it up, and I don't think that anybody would speak. I think that everybody's gotten very used to hiding behind that wall. But also, you know, the whole point of the gag order was to like save his right to a fair trial, right? But then we go to court just here recently and have a judge telling us that the shit that's going on is affecting his right to a fair trial, and that it's concerning him. So if it's concerning him, by God, it's concerning me.
Right.
So it's not doing its purpose. So I don't know what, I mean, do they even sequester juries anymore? Because I feel like that's where we need to go. Like, I feel like that should have
They
already,
do.
like, if they're going to do that, like if that's where it's going, I feel like it should have already been done, and then just let people run amok. You know what I mean? Like just put these people in a hotel somewhere and then just let these, because they're going to keep doing it.
Well, and even I was surprised, even with like the Vallow case, like you had the juror speak out and he's like, his wife followed the case very closely. And so he knew things about it too. You just agree that I'm not going to let it impact, you know, me. I'm not going to be biased when it comes to being fair. So it's like these jurors, it's not even about finding anyone who doesn't know anything about the case. How is that possible? And you could very easily lie, you know, and he does deserve a fair trial. And he is bringing in expert witness testimony about how media is affecting. Because what if he's cleared of all charges? Do you think he would ever get to live a normal life? No.
Oh Lord, no.
Mm-mm.
I just feel like.
Do you think there's another piece to the puzzle? Do you think that there is something that hasn't been uncovered, or are you just, I want to make sure all avenues are gone down and cleared?
Oh no, I mean, I think it's crystal clear that there's a bunch of shit missing, and I think that that's like totally normal. I also think that it wasn't even like purposely missing, right? Like when when they put that PCA out, okay, and this is you have you ever listened to what's the podcast? Defense Diaries. It's Bob the lawyer, Bob Mata.
No.
Have you ever listened to him?
No, I don't listen to podcasts.
Dude, I don't either. I'm really particular. Like, I can watch a YouTube thing where someone's talking for the most part, as long as there's like something going on the screen. But voices, like, I get weird about it.
Yeah, I'm a visual learner. Yeah.
But his is like great. And he's basically just explaining like as a defense. So anyway, you know, he was going on and on about how strong the probable cause was. And then he goes into explaining like exactly what probable cause affidavits are. And he's like, I wish that people, and he defended a quadruple murderer. I cannot think of his name. And his dad like defended John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And, so he's like, I wish we could like get away from people thinking that, the prosecution is, or was at that time, hiding or keeping from the probable cause affidavit some dynamite evidence, a smoking gun or whatever. And he's like, I'm here to tell you that whatever they had at that time, it was put in the probable cause affidavit.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know, everybody seems to think that they're just like not trying to give away everything. But what they don't understand is that generally that probable cause affidavit is the prosecution's opportunity, and typically the only one that they'll have until trial, to put their story and their narrative and the evidence that they have up till that point and what they believe happened based off of the evidence that they have out to the world. That is their narrative. So, like, the defendant doesn't do that. They don't write a PC. They don't put their part of the story out until trial,
Right.
if at trial, really. So typically they'll put things in there that kind of puts their narrative out there. That way, what everybody's thinking about this entire time is how strong that case is.
But you know what does bother me, and the issue that I had is exactly what you just said with the PCA. Is it everything? No, but it is the one shot that they have. They have to prove enough that, yes, we're going to move forward to trial and we're going to hold him. But with the latent shoe print, the lack of any other form of DNA or blood, now, granted, could there be more? Absolutely. But don't you think that they would have put their strongest foot forward and all we got was the latent shoe print, right?
100%. That's what he said, is that, and in fact, most probable cause affidavits like that, for especially for something like this, is, which shocked me when I heard him say it, because nobody had before, at least I hadn't heard them, is that it was likely written by the prosecutor.
Right.
That basically they bring the prosecutor everything that they have. Obviously, he looks at it because he's the one that decides whether or not they have enough to even attempt to go arrest this person, because they need to know what all they have ahead of this person in case they have to keep them in jail. You know what I mean? Or they go to trial really fast, or whatever the case may be. And he says they bring the detectives and stuff bring all their shit to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor reviews everything, and then they write out an affidavit. They put all the evidence there the way that they know that the judge is going to want to hear it all, the way that they know that they can explain it all, and then the officer signs their signature. And I was like, oh shit, like,
Yeah.
that's way worse than I thought. Then this whole time, like, I'm thinking
Yeah.
like newbie Payne, like, writing his first affidavit
Right.
was the reason for a lot of this. But if that's the case, that scares me, you know.
Well, and then we got the, warrants back for his apartment, and there's nothing. There really isn't. And so, like, just even the 2 blood sources that we found on his bed, you guys, if they wipe through your house, the likelihood that it's going to light up for blood here or there isn't, it's not unlikely. It could be from a pimple, it could be from a nosebleed, anything. So I was really like, damn, there is nothing here. And then I look back, because I followed the Letitia Stout trial, and where now, granted, the murder didn't occur in the house, but still there was blood tracked throughout the entire house. And so I was like, fuck, so we don't know what's in the house, but I just know what's in the PCA. We know it's his apartment. Now I'm more concerned about the car, because at least with his apartment, he took over an hour to get back to his apartment. He could have cleaned. He could have, I know people said he could have stripped naked. He could have done it, whatever. But he didn't have time to do that, according to the timeline, from the house directly to the car. So where's the car? Is it going to light up? Because if this is all we have, and I think that's what's concerning people the most, for what we have, it's not enough.
I mean, the fact that I can't even tell you if the white Elantra, like, was ever off camera at any point,
Right.
or, I mean, they don't even imply, like, they never even imply that it parked someplace or got out.
Nothing.
They just say that it's on camera. They don't ever say, there's a period of time between blank and blank where the car is out of view of the cameras, and we have no idea where this person went. But then Dylan heard A, B, and C, and then the DoorDasher did this, and if you're trying to put this story, that's what you're doing. You're telling a story. And so if you're going to put that in my head, then I shouldn't be jumping to multiple conclusions. Even the weapon, like, okay, we have a sheath. So we all jumped to the conclusion, I did it, that the murder weapon's a K-bar knife. Duh.
Right.
There's a sheath right there. But they never say that.
No, technically they didn't. I mean, and the injuries are consistent, with the K-bar style knife, but technically, no, it does not mean definitively. It's not synonymous with one another just because the sheath isn't there.
We won't know. Like, we won't know until, and this is, you're going to find this interesting. Do you remember when the, something came out with the Discovery stuff, and people were like freaking out because they thought that they weren't going to use the sheath?
Yes, and that's
Like, at
not
all?
what it was.
Right.
Okay.
You're just
People
doing
are still
genealogy.
saying that. I went over a video yesterday, and the guy was like, "I can't believe they're throwing out the sheet. They're not."
Yeah, I was like, Bob, like, what? And he was like, Nicole, why is everybody talking about this sheet? Where are they getting this from? And I was like, I don't know, but I have a different question. And I was like, I'm reading this PCA, like, they say that there's this sheet here, you know, we're relying on it with the DNA, but they don't ever say that that is the murder weapon. They're
No.
looking for other types of murder weapons, swords, and whatever a dirk is, in his apartment. So, like, what if the murder weapon is not the knife that would fit that sheath? And he was like, ooh, that's a good one. So he's like, basically, it would still get admitted, because I was like, surely they wouldn't even bother bringing that. Like, what? Who cares what it is? If at that point, if it's that's like saying, okay, well, there's a gun under the bed, that has Brian Koberger. Let's say it has Brian Koberger's blood on it or fingerprints on it. But if they weren't shot, then how relevant is this gun that was under the bed?
Right.
Okay, so I'm assuming they're just going to be like, forget it. We don't need it. And he was like, nah, it would still come in because it has the touch DNA and whatever, and it's similar. But basically, it would come down to an argument between experts. He said, but how it would start is let's say, for instance, when the lady who did the autopsy, the forensic pathologist in Washington, she's going to be like one of the first people that testifies. When she goes to testify, if she can't, if their wounds aren't consistent, and by that I mean all of them, throughout all of the kids and all of the wounds on the kids, if it's not consistent with the K-bar knife that fits that sheath, then their experts are going to have to argue over whether it could have been a different, like, whether this sheath is even has anything to do with it, because it could have been from another time, because the wounds don't match that particular
Well, or
knife. Does that make sense?
possibly more than
Or
one murder weapon, because the verbiage was used differently in reference to the victims.
yeah, or if she
I've
couldn't
always
tell,
thought there
let's
was
say,
more than one.
Yeah, you have
Me
said that,
too.
Shay. Really? You both do? Okay.
I don't see why I would assume that, like, again, when you look past, like, the way she was talking. And actually, I found another article today that has the coroner running her yap yet again.
Or number
And
but.
it was the one where, so it was post autopsy. Actually, just I know I had it pulled up. So it was like post autopsy. And oh, here it is. So the Idaho Statesman put out their timeline thing. I was putting it together because I thought it was interesting. There was a couple things that weren't anywhere else. And they said 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. And I'm like, 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Like, when did the time of death change now to 2 a.m. to 5 a.m.? It's,
Well, and the victims were actively, Maddie and Kaylee were calling Jack and stuff. They had just got home at 1:45.
So they put, this is when Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt says the homicides occurred. Moscow Mayor Art Betke previously told the Statesman that police told him they believed the deaths were between 3 and 4 a.m. And then it says, and then they get into the phone calls and the times that they got home. And then they put 2 roommates were home at the time of the killings, police have said. The roommates heard something, according to Chapin's mother, Stacy, though she did not get into details. So I know there has to be people here that were trying to remember when Stacy said the roommates heard something. It was in the beginning.
Right. Yeah.
And then the final thing that they say was that Aaron Snell said the roommates were being cooperative, potentially they're witnesses, potentially they're victims. But she made a comment about the knife, that she wasn't going to say it was a knife, just that she was going to say that it was a large
fixed blade
like weapon, because the wounds were very large. Like she was now,
Open
but
gouges, yeah.
to her, a K-bar knife could be a very large. To me, the way you're talking and you're saying like the fatal was like to their chest.
Chest
I'm thinking
area.
one like sword, you know,
Right.
like so
Like a
if
samurai sword, like
for real, like for real. That's what I'm like. That's what I've been thinking when Steve has talked about these like huge, like I'm thinking like a sword, for real.
Well, even when
Because
they said, you know, could the victims have called that? She's like, I don't think you understand. They wouldn't have had time to call 911. This wasn't a slow bleed out. Like this was pretty, like very quick.
dude, that's something else that's up my ass today. Is the Oregon people? Okay, the lady and the guy in Oregon.
yeah.
First of all, that lady was stabbed 19 times, and she's alive
Yep.
because the person that was staying in the house that overheard the commotion called 911 immediately. So you can be stabbed 60 times and
It's
still live.
happened. It's happened. Yep.
And with her vague explanations and the fact that she's not the forensic pathologist, A, and B, the fact that the comments that she made were made pre-autopsy. I mean, think
Which
about
is
it.
bizarre.
Dude,
It is bizarre. And she didn't even arrive till 5 p.m.
she made her decision about the cause and manner of death before the autopsy. She was in an interview
Yes.
with, I don't even know who. She sat there for 40
She sat
minutes
there twiddling her fingers. Yep.
in like a library or something.
Yeah.
And she said, they said, what have you determined? She said it was a homicide by stabbing. She said, but we'll know more when they do the autopsies later this week.
Yep.
What?
Why are you out speaking about this, giving details of it when you haven't conducted the autopsy?
Correct.
Well, my whole thing, like I was hung up on is the Goncalves family, the mom was saying that like her daughter was made aware of Kaylee's injuries, like, and she's a minor.
Well, she was like, the coroner spoke to her on the phone and asked, like, are you sure you want to know? And of course she's like, yeah, because you feel like you need to know, right? And then she told them, like, apparently, you know, liver was slashed, like all of these horrific that and that's why I think Steve and, you know, Kaylee's parents spoke out saying that the manner of the deaths and injuries were different, and that's why they were leaning towards targeted, because Kaylee's and Maddie's injuries differed so much based on what they were told.
Oh, you know her ass is going on the tort paperwork. You know what I mean?
I thought
like,
so too.
Oh, yeah.
I thought the tort was like for her.
For sure. I mean, she and like Steve and Christy said that they hadn't even talked to, like, they haven't even talked to the coroner.
Yeah, that's
what? How did you even get the daughter's phone? Like what? I can't. And she sat in that interview, and that's going to come up 100%. She sat in that interview. She said 100% it was not a murder suicide, right? And I listened to like a cold case and FBI, like I listened to multiple experts in the very beginning before it got totally out of control. And they were like, you know, we were sitting, I even think they brought it up in the new, whatever that new documentary was, the crazy Dateline one.
right.
But he's like, you know, he's like, when they first came out and they said, you know, there's these 4 homicides, but we don't believe there's any further threat to the community or whatever. Even this guy who's like a seasoned investigator was like, my immediate thought was that they already knew who did it, and that person was already deceased inside the house. And I'm like, okay, that makes perfect sense. But then you have this woman pre-autopsy having no clue what actually happened, what even their causes of death really were. And she's telling the media that they were all killed by someone outside of the home by stabbing, and that the toxicology stuff wasn't going to make any difference. So what's going to stop? So let's just say this: what's going to happen when they go to court and Ann Taylor's like, Kathy, you decided, you know, like the day that that you came like hours and hours upon hours after 911 was called. You made a determination about what it is that happened here, even without having any type of shit to back it up. So, was this investigation led based off of your decision? Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, we
Well,
go
and
back
then
to talking about the murder weapon.
she originally said that all victims were sleeping at the time. Then she said that, well, all victims were not necessarily in their bed or respective floors at the time of the killings. Like she changed what she said to Pat, and then now we found out no, Xana was on the floor. We don't know specifically where Ethan was. Xana was likely awake. So why did you come out and give information before you even performed the autopsies and before you know the information?
Right. I can't believe that. When I realized that when I got like through that and I heard her say, "Well, we'll know more once we get the reports back, but we'll know more once the autopsies are performed later this week." I thought, "What the fuck? What are you doing?
You haven't even gone through the like, what were you doing on an interview releasing this information before you actually observed the bodies and performed any, it's so crazy."
Yeah.
But I think it's good to like bring this stuff up because I feel like for those that are, hesitant on this being like a solid, conviction on what we know so far, like these things do bring up a lot of question.
The way I see it is I want to look at it for what exactly it is. Like, if I'm looking at it for what exactly it is and it's strong, then it's strong. But like, I shouldn't have to make 35 leaps like to get there. Like, I want to know exactly what it, like, if you're very like oriented to the data, right? Then you're just going to take the data for what it is. It just is what it is. So when I say, I don't know if the car ever even stopped or got out, they never said that. And you're like, well, obviously they meant, I'm like, well, then that's what they should have wrote down. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I think that the choice of words is intentional. The vagueness is intentional. It does worry me, where we're at with it. But I also kind of go back to this part, Sleuthie, where I'm thinking that, probable cause is just the beginning of that, information gathering. Like, yes, there should have been enough to get to this point. And so, do you think that maybe that's why people, out there are having issues with, because I have heard from, a different group, and like I like to follow everything. I like to see the rumors. I like to see it all. Like, tell me what you're thinking of people being upset that they're going back and, issuing another warrant to AT&T. Like, they changed the dates here and there. Like, I don't really think that is problematic, but there's a lot of people that feel some type of way. And I feel like personally, that's just part of the process.
Thank you so much, Brandy.
I mean, I could calm that. I mean, here's the fact of the matter. When they pulled the AT&T warrant the first time.
Okay.
Like, well, let's not do the AT&T. Let's do the Snapchat because they changed the dates on that, right? They went back to June 23rd. Well, when they initially pulled the Snapchat warrants, they didn't know about Brian Kohberger or when Brian Kohberger signed up for his AT&T account or when he would possibly be talking to them or when he moved there. So they went back as far as they were allowed. They probably weren't allowed beyond August the 1st, right? Snapchat might not have let them go any further than that.
Right. They do have to do specific dates. It's not like they could do a whole everything. Give me everything. It doesn't work like that.
Well, and think of the amount of data. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
If you went and you were like, I need these 6 people, these 4 victims and the 2 survivors. I need to know the whole year 2022. I mean, that's a lot to go through. Think about how much they could possibly be Snapchatting.
Yeah.
I mean, good grief. So I think that that's perfectly normal that now they know that Brian Kohberger got a Washington phone number and opened his AT&T account on June the 23rd. So they're like, well, now we got to go back to Snapchat with a warrant because they require it. And we need to ask them for June 23rd until August the 1st. See, they have to find something to go the next step and the next step and the next step.
Well, then but he very well could have already been in that area with a different phone number,
Oh, yeah.
Like, I guess I'm wondering, like, where and when are they going to define exactly when he moved there? I don't think that I have seen that clearly proved yet.
I like where you were going with the whole probable cause thing, and I think if you were going where I thought you were, and then I sidetracked you, but
No, go ahead. Oh, yeah, I was just like, I just feel like it's kind of like the opening of where we're starting to pull more information. Like it's a building block, and I don't really feel like till we get to the court and are shared, what they're able to provide and is agreed upon, that we'll really know. And if we're just sitting here solely focused on, what the PCA has offered as what is evidence versus, I guess a lot of people really like to bank on unknown sources. I do not.
yeah.
That's just not me. I think that, it's very sus. And I personally find that when I see a lot of that come from the mainstream media, it's stuff I've already seen on social media. Like, I'm like, are you
Yeah.
using social media as your source?
100%.
Like, I mean, that was like in Reddit 2 months ago. Like, where are you?
Absolutely.
Like, not to be disrespectful, but I have a lot of questions about like some of the information too that has like come out, because on we're talking about the PCA, and it says like a call was made within the phone or within the home.
Mhm.
And there's been reason to believe that Bethany was one of the people that may have saw the victims. But do you remember Sleuthie, like back at like the get-go? And I found it like it was like a News Nation interview, and like Ashley Banfield was like totally set on the
She
fact
never
that
left her room.
Bethany
She never saw
Bethany
the
never
carnage.
left, never went
Yep.
up there, was never upstairs. And so this is where I'm going to go with this, is I'm getting to this point of documents, and where we're going is this exculpatory evidence and wanting to like bring her in to interview her prior to, like prelim hearing and actual court. Like, what do you think that's about? Like, I mean, I feel like there's just conflicting information. That's kind of where I was going at on the Banfield side of it, is like, you've heard she's never been up there, but you've heard she has, or, what do you think of this?
Even
I mean,
the
I think it's
coroner
kind of
gave
weird.
conflicting statements on Ashley Banfield. One night it was one
Yeah.
thing, one night it's another.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm stuck. I want to know.
I have to say, I'm like super disappointed, and I'm still, and this was like a realization I came to months ago, and I'm still like reeling from it, because here, in every case prior to this, and most especially the ones where I'm like actively trying to help find missing people, like I very much rely on accurate reporting
Right.
of information that can be verified with, and people that can be verified and things like that. So when like, I guess it was especially when the probable cause affidavit came out, and I was realizing that the things that were being reported were literal twists on words. I was like, what is going on here? And then like it got worse and worse and worse, and I went like in this downhill. And at this point, like I don't even, there are like 2 or 3 reporters, one from the New York Times, like people that that I speak to and I trust, because we've gone like back and forth with information that hasn't gone anywhere until it's been fully vetted. Like, I'm still waiting for the New York Times to write a thing about something in particular, but he's like, there's like many people I need to talk to. Like, it's just not going to happen until I don't want to say something and then it be wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't want it because it's going to look bad. I want to make sure that it is what it is. But
Well, and there's a lot of stuff that gets pitched to reporters that never sees the press. I mean, I know that from working in public relations,
Oh, sure.
So,
And like Mike Baker, for instance, when I tweeted about about that subpoena, and like he never said a single word about, I don't even know if he wrote an article, but what did he do? He went about going to confirm it and actually got the freaking documents. And I appreciated that, because it's not like he saw it and then wrote an article about it. Like, he saw it, he went and got the documents, then he posted the documents, and then like an article came afterwards, because they knew it was legit. Like, that's what we're lacking here. And
yeah.
when she said that Bethany never left her room and never went upstairs and never, I'm here to tell you that all that did was like raise my suspicions, because I'm like, what would you, like, if you never heard anything or saw anything, why were you scared to leave why wouldn't you every morning? Do you not leave your room?
That's
Same
what
with
I
Dylan.
said. Oh my God. Because everyone says she probably didn't think anything of it. Dylan probably went back to bed. And I'm like, if that were true, she would have eventually woken up, used the restroom, which is right next to
100%.
Santa's room, got food, anything, but she didn't. Why?
Exactly. I said the same thing. I'm like, first thing I do, like when I get, well, is I put my glasses on and then I go to the bathroom. That's like what normal
Yep.
people, like most people get up and go to the bathroom. Like
Yep.
you've been asleep all night. So if
Exactly.
she would have did that right beside Xana's room, I mean, the doorways are basically connected.
And she was partially outside of the doorway, according to the PCA. Like she was visible from the doorway.
Listen, even if her door was shut, right? Let's say the door was shut
Blood
and the
was
reason she was
seeping out the blood would have pooled. It was seeping
correct.
from the outside of the house. It would have been visible.
I agree with you. So when she said that, I was like, you know, you're like, whatever. And then, but I do want to track back to the probable cause affidavit and it being like all there is. Like, I personally, just like I don't like listening to the anonymous sources, I also don't like assuming that they have, you know, evidence A, B, and C. If you want to do that, that's fine. But I'm not going to sit here and say, well, of course they have his license plate, or of course they have more of his DNA inside the house, because I don't know that. Like I'm just
Yeah.
I want to deal in things that I can actually see. And so
Yeah.
like for instance, the Instagram stuff, him sending DMs on Instagram, until I see a warrant come through that says that Brian Cooper even had an Instagram, I'm sorry, but I can't assume that that's true. Now,
Right.
if I do, then I'll give it a little bit more gas in terms of that rumor, but it's like not looking so good right now. So
Right.
I don't like doing that because then I just get confused. But I'm like you, and I know of all the rumors. I've seen it all. I get sent it all. I keep track of it all, but
Yep.
it's kind of just in there in the background. If it comes back up at another time, then I could be like, oh shit, I heard this before, and
Yep.
dig in and find out where I saw it. But um, you know, I think that the mixed messages that was sent. So, for instance, like they arrested Brian Koberger, and
Mm-hmm.
a law enforcement official that should know better did an interview saying that they got the guy that did it. He is the murderer and he's the only murderer. Well, listen, I mean, you just arrested this for as upset as people got about what's his face with Delphi when he was like, today's not the day, you know what I mean? But like that's the way it
Yeah.
should be. Like you should be keeping your mouth shut because he's not been proven to be the person. So, but then all the way up until that point, like you have people still to this day thinking that they knew about Brian Koberger and was like on his shit from November 29th. I'm here to tell you that's not true. And I also can't say like how I know, but I've been trying to push it out there. It seems that maybe like the fact that media is so much bigger than me um, is kind of drowning it out. But on December, I'll have to go look. I got tired of bringing it up, but like on, I think it was December the 12th, they did one of those interviews on their YouTube page.
Yes.
And Lanier says, we're going back and we're re-interviewing people that we interviewed in the beginning. Maybe they remember like new things since other things have come up, yada, yada, yada. Okay. This was December the 12th.
Wait, say that
After
again?
in December, it might not have even been the 12th. It might have been like the 14th. It was over a weekend in December.
Okay.
And then like on a Monday or Tuesday, he was like, over the weekend, we've gone back to re-interview people that we interviewed in the beginning.
On Moscow's YouTube?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was linear.
Okay.
It was either December 12th or 14th. And he says, you know, we're re-interviewing people that we interviewed in the beginning. Basically, like, since we've gathered more info, maybe we could bring that, maybe we'll bring this to them and they'll remember like other things. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, okay, so then like what happened after that? Well, if it was the 14th, well, 9 days later, we pull our very first our first and only pre-arrest warrant on Brian Koberger. And that's for his AT&T stuff. And I still don't understand. It's not clear how they got the probable cause to do that, since they reviewed their AT&T cell tower dumps from the window of the murders and his device was not there. So I'm interested to see how they convinced a judge that even though his device wasn't there, why they needed to pull additional cell phone data on him.
Right.
Okay, I found it. It's December 12th. I got the transcript up.
Okay. What does he say exactly, since I botched it like 30 times?
No. You were onto it. So he's okay, this is right after they were looking for the white car. And so he says in this we believe through our investigation that the car was in the area during the time of the murders, and we also believe that the occupants may have seen something. They may not know they have seen something. So we specifically want to talk to them, and we want to know who they are and what they might know or might be able to contribute to the investigation. Over the weekend, investigators have sorted through and prioritized numerous tips. Some are tips that came in earlier, and we've been working on other tips that are new and are relevant. It's overwhelming sometimes with the amount of information that comes in on these tip lines. So our analysis has spent hours sorting through and trying to come up with the most relevant tips first for the investigators to follow up on. They have re-interviewed some of the folks we've interviewed earlier in this investigation to clarify information. Sometimes when new information comes forward, the people that we've spoken to beforehand may have new insight on that. So it does often seem like we're backtracking, but we're really just trying to get the most important details and the best timeline that we can come up with. We've literally have an army of analysts who have been sorting through the videos that have been submitted through FBI.gov and then continues. So you're right on. I mean, I do see that, but see, I've always wondered when you're talking about the PCA, if Dylan's story progressed, like if that wasn't like her initial statement. Sorry, I know you probably weren't going there. Yeah, but that was my thought.
Can you hear me when I'm like out of the?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. So good. I'm glad that you found that. So yes. So the re-interviews over the weekend, he brings up on the 12th. And then on 12/19, so 7 days after those re-interviews, all of a sudden, the number of FBI agents jumps from 46 to 60.
I remember when that happened, yeah.
Data matters.
And then 4 days later, after it jumps up to 60, 4 days later, they pull that first warrant for Brian Koberger. So, in my opinion, and I'm here to tell you, I'm told it's on target, right on target with the timing, is that whatever information led them to Brian Koberger came from, now, whether they had his name prior to that as a driver of the Hyundai Elantra, sure, whatever. The PCA says that, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's correct and true. But I feel like I often ask myself, and I hear others ask themselves, and other people, how did they get to Brian Koberger? Where did this come from? Like, how did they get to, what made them suspicious of him? Because I'm sorry, but driving a white Hyundai Elantra that's outside of the years you're asking the public for is really not like that weird. You can drive around a neighborhood at 4 a.m.
Right.
Yeah.
Doesn't make you a murderer.
Something in those re-interviews that weekend is what, something in those re-interviews that weekend is what led them to Brian Koberger.
So you think someone tipped them off?
I do, 100%. And then what happened is they threw together that PCA with the data that they got from the warrant that they decided to pull just a couple days before they wrote that PCA. Okay. And they put that, and they put the car like sightings in there. But if you really think about it, like they weren't investigating, like they didn't even know, like they didn't know that he had a storage unit at his apartment complex. And if they were looking into him for any length of time, one of the first things that they would have known, like everybody else knew as soon as he was arrested, was that those apartments have storage units dedicated to each apartment, because someone was freaking out on Reddit and they were like, oh my God, like, do they know that he has a storage unit? Like, should I call it in? Like, I hope they know. And then come to find out they did know, but they didn't know until they were serving the warrant on, like, what if he would have not had that storage unit key in the apartment?
Right, right.
So, like, they really didn't know very much. And that was what Bob was getting at, was that this came together very quickly. The information that's in the PCA, it doesn't tell you how he knows them, if he knows them, if he's ever contacted them, who was targeted. Again, how he, if he parked the car, if he got out of the car. They're using the 2 surviving roommates' cell phone data to figure out when the crime
Yep.
occurred.
Yep.
And
Right.
on top of that, there's like that weird sentence that says, the DM said that she did not recognize the male. This leads investigators to believe that that the killer left the residence. Well, what does her recognizing him have to do with him leaving the residence? What does that have to do with anything?
Right, right.
She doesn't recognize him, so that leads you to believe that the person, did she walk around the house and see if she recognized everyone in the house? Because otherwise, how would you know that the killer left? Just because she didn't recognize him. So it was put together. And the point is that people are ready to hang this man on this probable cause affidavit. But, but that's because the police, especially what's his face, Fry, who decided to do an interview afterwards and tell the whole world that he is the killer. Okay. After he spent weeks responding to questions appropriately by saying, I don't even know that information. I don't even have that information. He was the one that was talking. If you think that Chief Fry knows everything that they have, you're crazy. He's just the one that's speaking for the department. So he chose to make that statement. People are reading the probable cause affidavit as though it is a detailed, full of pieces of evidence, which it should be. And I think that's where I get annoyed, is because I feel like if we're even going to jump to arrest somebody, we should have a lot of evidence, and we should be putting it in there. Like, the threshold for probable cause is so incredibly low, and people don't realize that. Like, it doesn't take much to arrest you. I'm sorry. I mean, like, we live in a free country, but it really doesn't take much to arrest you. So when they wrote that probable cause affidavit, they had only pulled these pings for his warrant. They didn't have any other information. They didn't start pulling warrants and like investigating Brian Koberger until end of January, when they first started pulling warrants. They had a press conference after his arrest, and they said, if you know anything about this motherfucker, please come tell us about him, because we need to know everything you know about him.
Right.
We don't know who he is. And that was the truth. They don't, like, that's normal. They didn't know anything about him. They were hopeful that after they arrested him, that they had enough probable cause to be right that he is the person that did it, and that hopefully there was a bunch of evidence in the warrants to come. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if they start digging into these warrants and the shit ain't there, it's like panic time. But the way that the system works, and the way that judge who signed off on that arrest was thinking, was, here are the police, they're bringing this information to me, and in good faith, I believe that they believe that this is the right person.
Right. We
And that they
shouldn't try
believe
to
they're going
make
to
it
find,
fit.
yeah.
No, I get where you're going with it. I do think it is interesting, to see kind of how it's panned out. I mean, I have a lot of questions about, like, just the PCA in general, about different statements and like where it led to him. I mean,
And you
from what
should. It's not a full story. It is full of every paragraph that you jump to from one to the other. You have to jump to a conclusion in your
exactly.
head. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I mean, I think it's just human nature. We try to reason with what we're told. But
Right.
I think where I have a really hard time though is, personally, is just like when I get like speculation. I do it myself. Like, I mean, it's there. And now that we know a little something of where they're going, it kind of helps like steer you in a little bit of a direction of where to go, but doesn't mean you can't look elsewhere. I think that I've had a bigger issue with some of the theories that are running wild that
Well, making
I
accusations against potentially innocent people, you know, without any foundation or substantial facts.
I think when it's happening to one, it's going to start happening to others. And I think that I'm not totally against talking and speculating, basing it in factual information. Again, for
Speculate based
me,
on
it depends on
facts,
how
but
many leaps you
speculate
have to make.
based
You know,
on
if you have to,
speculation. Exactly.
if you're ignoring information that we know in order to make leaps to make something else fit, then that's not. I prefer not to do
Right.
that. But
Like,
for instance, like the James, like down the road. So the reason that I brought up this whole James Curtis Leonard shit the other day or a couple weeks
Oh,
ago, I was at the
yes.
beach. The only reason I brought it up was because I was like, this is a problem in terms of they publicly cleared people within a day. Okay. They have victims' families who are saying that they are concerned about how quickly people are being cleared.
right.
We have other people coming forward speaking to the media who are saying now whether this stuff is true or not, still it's a record is being created, right? So like Ann Taylor is not just going to go off of whatever information she's getting in Discovery. They're doing an investigation. She's going back. She's pulling all these press conferences, all the clips on the YouTube channel, all the interviews that were ever done, Kathy Mabbitt and everything she's ever said. They're pulling all that shit, right? And they're going to say, listen, you got the family members. There's even 2 days before arrest. They're sitting here saying that they're concerned about how the investigation is going. Why you never put out an announcement the day that you found the kids dead and said, listen, if anybody doesn't come to work today, if anybody calls out at school, if anybody comes to work and they've got bandages on their arms, if anybody comes and they're acting really weird or they have to leave or, you know, that kind of shit, why didn't they put an announcement out like that? And
Right.
I agreed with that. So there's many things for me, I might not be saying I believe, you know, James Leonard did it, but I'm saying James Leonard, and I'm just using his name. James Leonard could have did it. I hope they checked to make sure he didn't do it. But then you got this lady on recording, the wife, saying, as far as I know, until all the way up until he was arrested December the 7th, they hadn't asked him where he was the night of November 13th. In fact, I was his alibi. So technically, if they had spoken to him, she would have been made aware because they would have had to ask her if his alibi was true, if he was home with her and the daughter all night till 5 a.m.
So Sleuthie, like no joke, your video put me on a damn rabbit hole all night. Like I was like, before I even listened to it, I went and pulled all the Daily Mail articles and I pulled JLR's thing, and I'm not a viewer of his personally. And I listened to you say like, don't think about the source of information right now. And I was just kind of like going hand in hand with this. And when I got to the part about interviewing who the Daily Reporter allegedly interviewing, you know, this person's wife and the neighbors and all this stuff. Like, I mean, I was floored, and I got where you were coming from with this of like, if you got a town full of people out here, we don't really know what's going on. Like, have you really looked at everyone? Have you really checked everything? Like,
right.
Why certain questions weren't being asked? Maybe they were, maybe we just don't know about it, but it is, I mean, it is kind of interesting to like hear that actual recording, because like I think MJ, you even said like there's a possibility it may just be real, but the way
An
it was
actual
obtained.
TV incident, it's just not of the, you know, murders of Roadhouse.
Right.
No. Well, no, not that. The one of the JLR one where he says he got the recording out of the Staples dumpster.
Yeah, I dove deep into the Staples dumpster,
yes,
and
we talked about
happened to like throw out their handheld recorder that happened to have a gold mine on it.
Yeah,
Come
but
on.
I think both, like, when we were listening to it, I was like, wait, Melissa, just listen. Like, I mean, it could very well be. We
Yes,
just don't know how it was
it
obtained and
can
why
be
didn't they turn it
legit.
in?
Right. It can be legit. I'm gonna listen to everything, even when I think it's ridiculous. I'm still gonna listen to it because I'm
Right.
open to everything. It just has to make sense. You have to give it to me, and it has to make sense. So that could be legit. I just don't think you obtained it by dumpster diving in a Staples. Like, come
Oh,
on,
absolutely not. I mean, I
ridiculous.
tried to make it really clear that like I feel like that's bullshit. But
You
on
did,
top of
yeah.
that, like each person that came up, and like I was like listening to it and I'm like, oh my god, this is like an hour long. But I'm like, if I get through the first like 15 minutes and the shit that they're saying on here, it can't be very. But sure enough, like I'm pulling it up, I got the actual reporter, I got the article that's written based off the quotes this man is saying, like
And
so
you
I'm
hear the
like,
pocket rattling, which
You
is
did.
already a difficult
Yep.
obstacle to get over.
Well, that
Yeah.
tells me whoever's recording this, it doesn't seem like the person who's being recorded is aware, because you could literally hear the inside of his pocket.
Yeah, well, he in the beginning he says, he doesn't say like testing, but he says like we're gonna try out this recorder. You know, he was just. It could have been something as simple as like if Idaho's a one party state and he found out he illegally recorded these people and like wanted to get rid of it, so he threw it in the trash. But then you know what I mean? Like who knows? I don't know and I don't care. But what I do care about is when I got to the end and I realized who he was speaking with and
You know
what
who it
he was
was?
saying.
Oh,
Huh?
okay, that part.
When they got to the end and they were talking to his wife, like once I realized that whose wife that was based off of what she was saying, I was like, oh no. And then I'm like pulling up the trailer park and I'm like, oh no. And then I'm reading those affidavits and I'm like, damn, like I'm not even saying that he did it. Like maybe they were all up until 5 o'clock in the morning together and then he slept for an hour and went to work. Like maybe that's true. But what bothers me is, and I'll just say, like, as free as you are to call me names and tell me to shut up and like stop being a whatever, I don't know how you could exploit this like for free. But as free as you are to say that shit to me, I am also free to really wonder and consider and be curious about with the American justice system that I choose to be a part of here. Um, if all of these people were looked into, because here's the thing: if they didn't do all that stuff and they didn't look at all the other highly possible suspects, I'm talking neighbors, I'm talking boyfriends, I'm talking murderous people down the road, like I'm talking all these people, because at this point I still don't even know why we're assuming that the killer was even driving a car, let alone walking. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
why wasn't he walking? Like you didn't even say that in there. Like what leads you to believe that the killer had to be in a car? So
Well, I had a question about this. Like, if this person really studied in criminology and really, had an interest like in the psychology of what these, maybe serial killers, whatever it was, be for studies, could be like, I guess for me, like I would instantly think like not just the tech following me, but my vehicle. Like, would you really take your own vehicle?
would
I
you
mean, I
drive
kind of
through
had
the
that
main
question.
road? Why would you listen? Those cameras are not hidden, okay? They're very obvious cameras, and he was signed up to be a part of the lab, whatever, where literally their job was to get those cameras up all the way down that strip in Pullman. Like he was well aware of those cameras. Why do you drive through every single camera?
Right. And if he's going to do so much to like turn his phone off, right? Leave it or take it. Either way, it was off. But then in the morning, keep it on and bring it with him while he returns.
Right.
That's strange to me.
Well, and not to mention the first time the car is ever seen, it's seen heading north towards his apartment. So are you telling me that he left his phone at his apartment and then decided to turn around and go get it just to turn it off? Please stop. Listen, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that this man was getting honors and was on dean's lists and was top 3 and 4 in his classes and stuff, and he's the biggest dumbass there ever was. Like, either it was planned and he stalked them
Right.
and he was going to perfectly lay it out, or this happened very like spontaneously and he wasn't like thinking of what was going on. And to be honest, if that's the case, then I'm surprised there's not like there wasn't loads of shit to put in that probable cause affidavit. And again, that's basing my opinion of that piece of paper on the various things that I know, and then on top of that, things that other people have publicly said, like Bob Mata, who explained exactly what that probable cause affidavit is, and that is the prosecutor's best shit at that moment,
Right.
which is really hard for people to get over. And I think why is because it's scary to think that like anybody could be arrested.
Anybody.
Like,
well, and I would be okay personally at this point if they came out and they could not find the correlation and they found another lead and went that. I'd rather the right person who did this crime be held up in trial.
absolutely. However this ends, it affects me regardless. Like, it affects me as a person. It does. And you and everybody else and every single person that's listening, whatever happens here, it's not like it's not your business. Okay. Because either this person did it and you want to make sure that they are, that every gap has been filled and every law has been followed and every right that he deserves and we all deserve as Americans here has been met, so that he does get convicted, right? And can't get out because he would be a dangerous human being, or he's an innocent person, and you need to make sure that like if we all say, well, it's not up to you, right? What is some random ass person that's talking on YouTube going to do about, like, if there's something fucked up in the justice system, like, what do you really think you're going to do? You're like one person. Okay.
But that's the problem right there.
Exactly. Because it's like that bystander effect, right? It's like,
Right.
well, there's like 100 other people here that could have seen it and probably will call 911. So like, I don't have to. So it's, the more that nobody talks about it, like the more it's able to be hidden. And that's been
Right.
long before Brian Koberger. So you want to make sure that it's working the way that it should, because if it's not, that directly affects you as well. And it shouldn't have to actually happen to you for like you to care if that's like a possibility of something that's going to happen to you, right? It's like putting on your seatbelt just in case you get into a car accident. Like,
Right.
we're going to try to prevent it.
Exactly.
So I just, and if he did do it and the investigation is fucked, the more that we're talking about like all the holes that need to be filled, there's no doubt in my mind that both sides are watching everything that's going on. So if we're talking about something and we say, hey, wait a minute, like we don't even know if that's the murder weapon, or we don't even we don't even know if he actually got out of the car. Like, if I was a prosecutor or someone working for the prosecution, I would be like, okay, this is like what everybody's saying, so we really need to like bulk up this because to them it's like not believable until we fill in this gap. So we need to fill in as many gaps as possible, because these are normal people who are talking about it and saying these things, and normal people are jurors. Police aren't jurors.
Yep.
Lawyers aren't jurors. So like normal people that don't know any of that shit, like we're the normal ass people that are going to be deciding whether he did this or not. So I would be wanting to listen to those people. And if I don't, and the investigation's messed up and I can't fill everything in, and then this person who actually did something gets set free, like that directly affects me also, because now I'm in danger.
Right.
He already went across the whole United States. He might have drove through West Virginia. My family lives like an hour from where his family, we were literally there for Christmas. Like, so it needs to be like, if I'm being like too picky, like I guess I could argue is like a lot of people aren't being picky enough. Like if you're just reading that PCA, I'm here to tell you that like even the lawyer like the prosecutor knows that that's not enough. So if it's enough for you, like maybe I have a problem with that, because again, I think that there's many things that I need to know how he knew these people. I need for you to tell me what made you would think that since we had to hear for over a month that we just have to trust them, that it was
Right.
targeted because
They were
evidence at the
targeted,
scene,
right. The house
evidence at the
was
scene.
targeted. The
So
victims were targeted.
so why didn't you put that evidence from the scene in there to show, like, imagine the world's reaction had you have put in there, like, there's really nothing even about the victims in there.
No. Nothing.
So, and everybody's all bent out of shape over the DNA on the knife sheath, right? That's like their winning piece of evidence, right? For most people. But they don't even realize that that's only in one affidavit. It's only in the arrest affidavit only. Like, Payne wrote another affidavit for Pennsylvania for the search warrants of the house and his person and his car, and he chose to remove the part about the DNA on the sheath, and he chose to remove the part about taking the trash. Like, it's non-existent there. So if it was that strong, it'd be across the board on all probable cause affidavits.
Right. I struggle that there isn't more. Again, there can be more, but like,
You would
what
hope.
if it comes out and there isn't?
Right.
Because again, it circles me back around to they want to put their strongest foot forward in that PCA, because if they don't, he could walk. They have one shot
Yeah.
at it. And it's like, if they had something bigger than that latent shoe print or that single source of DNA, would they not include it?
Why would you say that? Why would you even mention the shoe print? Like, in my opinion, the
Corroborates
shoe print,
Dylan's story.
yeah, and the shoe print was put in there once again as like another piece of this data that, keep in mind, like, when they're writing it and they want you to make that leap and jump to a conclusion, they're also hoping that the judge will also, because, like, for instance, we have a probable cause affidavit in Washington that went to one judge, and then in Idaho that went to another judge. And one of them says that Brian Koberger's phone is pinging in Johnson, Idaho at 5:00 a.m. And then the other one says that he was pinging in Johnson, Washington, hours and hours and hours away at the same time, 5:00 a.m. And both judges signed off on that. So, like, keeping in mind that, like, the judges are reading this document, but they're not sitting there like plotting out maps and making sure that the data makes sense. Like, the more that's in there, they're taking the officer that is writing the affidavit, they're taking it and they're saying, I believe that they believe that this is the data and this is real stuff, right? And that they believe that this is the person that did this, and that they're going to find more evidence after they arrest this person. Okay. So the shoe print, like, they never said what size it was, what direction it was walking, like what direction was it walking that it corroborated what Dylan said. Was it going up the steps? Was it heading towards the back door? Her window faces that back parking lot. So if in theory this person who killed them parked behind the house and that's why they were out of sight, the Elantra was back there, then did Dylan see headlights light up? And that's what made her believe that the killer left the house? Why did it have to be that she didn't recognize him? So I think that there was a lot of pressure. I think they re-interviewed people and they believed what they were told. And I think they were scared and they jumped. And the expectation was that the community would feel safe. School would go back to normal. The world would be safe, because now at this, you got to figure, I mean, at that point they know that Brian Koberger is all the way in Pennsylvania, so it's like another thing is like, well, we can like save all these people, like we have to jump, like what's he going to do in Pennsylvania? And they kind of hinted towards that, because they're like, about him standing there and separating the trash, and he's got gloves on and he's like walking
They
around.
painted a really peculiar picture of him being found.
Correct.
So, okay, I have the question here for you, Sleuthie. I don't know if you answer. It has to do with that. Can they do a gag order across, like, all the way to Pennsylvania, or would that have to be? Would that have to be okay?
Yeah, no, that judge has to have, like, whatever judge does it has to have jurisdiction. She doesn't have jurisdiction outside Latah County, so she couldn't, like, she can't even make Pennsylvania. Like, a Pennsylvania judge would have to tell like, they can choose not to speak, but the fact that they're out there, like, saying we can't fulfill A, B, and C for you because there's a gag order in place, that's nonsense. They're not under the gag order.
So, but do we know if their judge jurisdiction put them under gag order? I'm sorry, I haven't looked into that.
You mean like in Pennsylvania?
In Pennsylvania, yeah.
We do not. I mean, I haven't seen it. Somebody just asked me that, like, the other day. I mean, I guess we could ask. It's possible.
I kind of wondered if maybe that just because the case is so large that maybe that wasn't, like, going to be instated just to protect the integrity of the case. I don't know. Because it seems like they were talking quickly, like these sources, you know, like, do you have a leak in your department? If that's a gag order or something of, you know, is in place, like, that's concerning.
It's funny because people are like, probably the leaks aren't like true leaks. Like, probably, like, before the gag order was put in, like, these people were saying this stuff to reporters, and they just were, like, waiting because they needed something to report on while we were waiting for trial. But that's not so, because when he was arrested, they immediately met, right? I mean, we've only seen the stipulation to the gag order, but they immediately went to a judge and was like, we need a gag order, both of them. Which is another thing. Like, the gag order come from both the prosecution and the defense, not just the defense. Like, she didn't go in and say, we don't want all this stuff that's going to look really bad on him to get out. Like, it wasn't like that. It was, they got together and was like, we can't let nothing get out.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I mean, I respect it.
I do too. Here's my thing is, a fair trial is important to both of them, right? So you have the prosecution who would be saying, you know, I don't want him to be able to say he didn't get a fair trial, A. B, I don't want, and my biggest thing is, I really, and I'll tell you what, another reason why I think, we forgot that Brink was also killed right after that weekend where where they were re-interviewing people.
Didn't he work at the university?
I think they were saying that, but I don't think that was ever
confirmed.
Yeah, I don't think that he was in IT or whatever. I think that just, but still, yet, I mean, that needs that we were told. I mean, I know I was told that in May that investigation would be over and that it would be open to requests. Like, well, here we are now going into the second week in June. So, I mean, I don't really know what's going on there, but you have, like, a domino effect of, we have these re-interviews, and then we have Brent Kopacka dying. Then we increase the amount of FBI we have here. Then we finally get a thing on, or a search warrant on Brian Koberger's AT&T account, and then immediately rearrest him. And
well, not to mention that you have the traffic stop with Brian and his dad, and they're talking about that incident at the university.
You know, I was thinking about this. Is someone had mentioned? Do you all remember? I hate 4chan. I hate it. But again, I gather it, but I hate it. And so, but someone was saying not that long ago, they were like, do you all remember before he was arrested, when there was like a 4chan post that said something to the effect of that the killer wasn't there anymore. He was hiding in shithole Pennsylvania in the Poconos.
Yes.
Okay. So I was like, I'm not sure the exact date on that, but if it happened after the re-interviews, like,
I'll pull it up because I have all that 4chan stuff. I'll find it.
Okay, because, like, it screams to me, like, re-interviews. Someone got pissed off because he left with dad to go to Pennsylvania. He thought that they thought that whoever this person was thought that he was booking it out of the place, so they went and snitched him out and set the whole ball in motion, and then posted on 4chan to let people know that he was in the Poconos. Like, it sounded like someone panicked because he left. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it happened, but I am saying that it would fit.
Yep.
If someone had any type of knowledge, let's say for instance, and this could explain why, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm just speculating. Let's say that person was Brent Kopaka. Let's just say.
Right.
It would give me a reason to understand why he suddenly had this PTSD episode, that because I've always said, I'm like, wait a minute, like, oh, okay, I get it, but like, what happened? Like, how many times did he had a PTSD episode before this?
Right. Right.
So all of a sudden, right at this time frame, he has this episode nobody can explain, and then after like 8 hours of them sitting outside, the fucking whole building's cleared, and you shoot him? That makes no sense. So like, what was really going on? And it would make sense if that was the person, and that's also why there's been no other arrests. Like, if I'm going to get behind Brian Kohberger doing it, it's way easier for me to get there if I'm thinking that somebody ratted him out and they just don't have everything they need yet, and they can't, like, they don't have this witness anymore, right? So now they got to fill in. They got to like shit. Like now we don't have this person who could have testified against it. So like now we got to try to dig up all this shit because now we got to prove it without like this person. You know what I mean? Being here.
Right. Right.
It would be a lot harder. But what are you going to do? You can't do nothing with that information. So
Avery said, "What's your view on Brian standing silent?"
I think that his lawyer probably told him to shut up and not say anything. And I think it was probably the best. I mean, regardless, somebody was going to have something. I mean, everybody was going to have something to say no matter what, right? Whether he would have said he was not guilty, like somebody would have had something to say. I think it's absolutely absurd to try to compare it to the fact that BTK also stood silent, because I could pull up 300 pages of a white collar crime that happened in Kootenai County like 3 years ago, and the two of them also stood in silence and chose not to put in a plea. So it's not limited just to like murders, and it's not limited just to like serial, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's crazy. I think his lawyer was like, the victims' families are here, like, please just shut up. Like, it's gonna end in the same outcome anyway. Just don't say anything.
I think it's the smartest thing for him to do, you know, and I think Ann Taylor's coming to play ball.
It was already talked about, you could tell. I mean, it's not like he was like, how are you going to play? And they like whispered for like a minute and then was like, he's going to stand silent. Like, she immediately stood up. Like, it had already been discussed. Probably even the prosecutor knew that's what they were going to do.
And it's smart though, because it doesn't have Brian saying one way or the other.
Yeah. I mean, I just think if it's going to, I mean, did anybody really think that he was just going to plead guilty and just, you know what I mean? Like, so if it was going to end in a not guilty plea anyway, like, you've already sat there and you've said that you've understood the potential, what's the word? Like, sentencing or whatever that could happen if you were found guilty for all 5 of the crimes you're charged with. He was literally going to have to go through again 5 more times. They were going to have to read their names again and ask him how he pleads to having killed all 4 of them.
Right.
And he would have had said not guilty to all of them. And so I would say that, especially with everything else going on and the fact that the media was there and also the families were there, and I think that they probably said ahead of time, like, just don't say anything. It's going to end in a not guilty anyway. What's the point of doing all of that? It fits. He's not spoken this entire time.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't say I expected it, but I also wasn't shocked. Like, it didn't like push me out of my chair. I'm more surprised that Court TV put out that call that Dawn Daniels made about going to the storage unit today. Like, it's brand new. I was like, what's happening right now? Where have you been?
Circulating old. I was in that premiere. It's like circulating old information.
I thought I was tripping. I was like,
Yep.
am I like, what am I missing? What? And then somebody else was like, oh my God, like human tissue. I'm like, what am I missing? What am I not? What am I
Yes,
not
I saw that
hearing?
too. I saw that too. I was like, oh my lord. Were
My
you
internet must have cut out or something. I missed that.
were you surprised at the grand jury?
I was not surprised.
Right.
I was disappointed in the sense that I really had like high hopes that it wasn't going to happen, simply for the fact that from the time that he was arrested and this whole thing got brought up about how they could just bypass the preliminary hearing. I'm like, listen, if they bypass the preliminary hearing, I'm going to be like super sus on this whole thing about what they found, because here's the thing is they only have to go in and prove probable cause. Okay.
Right.
The fact that it got pushed out 6 months means that when that prosecutor was able to go in for this probable cause hearing, as opposed to having to present whatever evidence they had, 14 days beyond his arrest, which was nothing. I mean, it was whatever was in the PCA. It wasn't all the extra warrants. Like it wasn't his Strava and all, it wasn't all that stuff. So, but through that 6 months, like by the time they went to the preliminary hearing, they would have had extra evidence. So I'm like, if they are pulling all these warrants and getting all this extra evidence and they choose to bypass this, like, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be like, you're worried. You don't want anything that you're about to say to be argued or challenged in any way. And then on top of that, I think you don't want to be put in a position where you're potentially looking like you're holding somebody just to hopefully fish and find something. I'm sorry. But then Sarah Azari, she said, sound was like, I thought I was crazy thinking. She's like, they should go to the grand jury. This was before they did. She's like, they should. And I'm like, why does everybody keep saying that? Why do you all want them to, like, why wouldn't you want them to have to go prove themselves? And my biggest thing was, if they were really going to go to the grand jury, why didn't they just do that from the beginning when he had
From the
no
beginning.
idea they were looking at him?
It's like, right.
So if you were going to do that, you could have just done that. And then we could have avoided all of this a PCA would have never been released. Like nothing would have ever happened. He would have been arrested and that would have been it. So she was like, I was like, why do you guys want to bypass this? Like he chose to file the charges via information, and in Idaho, that means that he has a right to a preliminary hearing. Why do you all want to bypass that? Like, are you really that scared that they can't show probable cause? I mean, come on. And she was like, I'm just saying that this would be a perfect case because based on like everything that I see and whatever, if things are looking a little hairy, you go to a grand jury. That's not just this case. It's things look a little bit hairy. I'm going to go to a grand jury where I'm the only one present. There's no judge there, right? I mean, it's not just that the defendant's not there. Like, there's no judge. You're literally sitting there talking to the grand jury, again, that are made up of normal ass people. So I'm going to go there and I'm going to tell my story.
I don't know. I feel like we're going to get total bombshells. I think a curveball is coming that
I think so.
None of us can see or anticipate. And I look forward to it. But I very much agree as far as media doing damage, and Brian, the possibility to him get a fair trial isn't there, but he deserves it. Whether or not you want to jump to the conclusion of him being guilty, whether he is guilty, he still deserves a fair trial.
Absolutely.
Then why hasn't been here? If they have all this information to exonerate him, then why hasn't he been released on bail?
And let me say this about a fair trial. Like whether you think that Brian Kohberger deserves a fair trial or not, like I see that everywhere. Like he's gotten way more than he deserves. No, we all deserve the same thing, literally as Americans. And whether you think he deserves it or not, if he doesn't get it, like he has to get it. Otherwise you don't get what you want. Like if you think he did it and you want him to be convicted, let's say you go all the way, you think he did it, you're convinced he did it, you want him convicted and you want him put to death. Let's just say that in order for any of that to happen, he has to have a fair trial, whether you think he deserves it or not.
Well, and if he is guilty, guess what? Everything will show that. everything. There doesn't have to be any shady business. Nothing needs to be left out. Everything will add up to his guilt.
I agree.
Well, I think
I'm
sometimes the
looking
people
forward
that
to it.
are,
Like
yeah,
I would love to hear, like, I mean, not that, I mean, I'm not trying to be like morbid or anything, but like, if there's like really good evidence, like I want to, like, I'm ready to be like, oh my God, Brian, like I had no idea. Like, what were you doing? Like, if I find out he was like sitting in the bushes, like I want to hear that stuff. Like, I'm willing and ready, and I'm really hopeful that there is some really damning shit against him. I really do, because otherwise, it, I think that the alternative is just is more is that's more scary to me, to think that we're just
Right.
like arresting people. You know what I mean? Like that's scary.
Because of how much
Seeing how the
public-
world is reacting to him, like I can't
Yeah.
even imagine.
Yeah.
well, I was gonna say that, you know, it's almost like sometimes some of those same people that are like, give me more, show me more. It's definitely him, like, or the ones also saying like, but what about all these people who've been wrongfully convicted? I mean, I think that we have to see both sides of it, and just as humanity, want for anyone to have a fair trial, for there not to be any tainting of evidence and the courtroom, and just allow due process. And patience, you know, is really sometimes hard to come by nowadays, but we got to learn it.
There's a reason, and actually, there was a really good show, but I can't remember the name of it, but it was maybe on Hulu, and it's like a group of like five criminology students. Somebody might know what I'm talking about. It's a real show, like a reality show, and it's a group of five students or so and their teacher, and they like work on these cases. They're real cases that go to trial and stuff, and like each person in the class has like a role. So one is like really good and very well versed in like um statistics. One is like really well versed in DNA stuff. One is in law stuff, like procedure. And one is the skeptic. Okay, and they go on to explain how like the skeptic is the most important one in the group, because everybody else's goal is the same. So if all of our goals are the same, we all think that this person is guilty, we're all looking at evidence that we think builds a case against a person. If we don't have a check and balance on the opposite side that's saying, now, wait a minute, A, B, and C, but that doesn't really make any sense, and you can't say that. That's like how you build things up. If we're all thinking the same, then what would happen is that we're going to go to court and we're going to present all this evidence that we think is like a slam dunk. And then other people, the defense, the jurors, are going to be like, well, what about this and this? You have to realize like what reasonable doubt is, right?
Right.
And if you think that you've built this whole thing up and you've covered everything, but you're not looking at what the actual potential reasonable doubt is, then you're not covering everything. I hope that makes sense. The
Yeah,
lesson is murder.
absolutely.
That might be right. The lesson is murder. That might be right.
Oh, two MJs.
I was pulling this up. So the post was on Monday, December 12th. I'm hiding
See?
in the woods in shithole PA. Good luck catching me. And then Papa Rogers, December 12th, is the killer still in Moscow, Idaho right now?
See?
Mm-hmm.
Come
So
on, tell me that doesn't like that. I'm sorry, I'm not going to push it on nobody, but tell me that that doesn't look like somebody who's shitting themselves and is pissed off because he left and they don't know what he's going to say, and they've either given him up or about to give him up.
so you don't think that his, you know, saying about more being arrested is not like that, like little BTK tagline, or do you think there's like it's just a nothing burger?
Dude, what if he really, okay, so for instance, he knew that like something was going on, that there was a standoff or whatever in Pullman, but like, does he know that Brent Kopaka was dead? Could he have been meaning like, holy shit, they were having this standoff like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago? Was anybody else arrested, and did they rat me out? Is that how you got here?
Ah,
I mean, if that's not it, then I'm more inclined to say that, like, if I'm thinking about if I was at my mother's house and like I was arrested in the middle of the night, like and I just drove across the country with my mother, like, I would want to make sure my mother wasn't arrested. So
That's what I said. I said when he said it, has anyone else been arrested? You have to remember SWAT came in like a wrecking ball into that house. And is it crazy? You know, he had just traveled with his dad. Is it crazy? He doesn't know. It's not like they stopped to talk about him or any, you know, talk to him about anything. They just threw him in the car. Is it so crazy to think has anyone else been arrested, implying maybe his father or something like that?
I think that's way more realistic than thinking he was like trying to pull a Bundy. I mean, I think that, and it's interesting because there's an interview from like right after he was arrested, and LeBar, the lawyer, said that Michael Koberger told him that like they yelled really loud, like that they were police or whatever, and then they came in. So like they did announce themselves. They announced themselves, and then they busted the windows. Exactly how I thought they had to do, because they did not have authorization to just break the windows. They had to announce that they were there. So he said that they yelled, like they were yelling really loud. They said that they were there. Next thing you know, they're coming through the windows and the doors and stuff, right?
Right.
Well, how the fuck would he know all that unless he was awake?
Right.
So we know that Brian Koberger was standing in the kitchen, but where was Michael Koberger?
Yep.
Why does Brian Koberger stay up all night? Does Dad stay up all night too?
Yeah.
Does he have like bad knees to keep him up? Was he up talking to his son in the kitchen? Like, we don't know. So when he was arrested, which I'm sure was violent, right?
Yeah.
I would hope it was violent in the sense that if they really believed this person, like, you would want to subdue him as quickly as humanly possible. And then as far as the parents go and whoever else was in the house, you don't know what they're going to do.
Right.
With you arresting him.
Yeah, everyone's upset.
So I don't think it's outrageous to think that he was like, that he would put together in his head that he just drove across the country, especially if he did something maybe Dad doesn't know about. Like if he disposed of something somewhere along the way and Dad doesn't know about it, but they don't know that. Like they could have arrested Dad easily.
Yep. Easily.
But,
exactly.
But my number one, and I'll either prove it or debunk it, but my number one hunch is that somebody said something that weekend right before the 12th, because then a shitstorm started brewing and it exploded like 15 days later. And that includes Kopaka being shot dead after 10 hours of nothing.
Right. Do you think Papa Rogers is Koberger?
I don't, but
do I?
But I think if we're going with this whole scenario that there was somebody else that ratted him out, I totally think that could be that person. 100%.
That's actually a good, yeah, I didn't think of it like that. I've heard people say it's law enforcement, you know.
I could see that too.
Brian.
I could see it being law enforcement trying to get somebody to know something they shouldn't, for sure.
Yeah.
What about the Reddit profiles, inside looking, outside looking?
I think that,
like, just maybe playing a little bit of games. I mean, I thought that's kind of.
I mean, I think I've seen some really bizarre. Okay, there was, maybe it was outside looking, I think, that I turned in like immediately. One day, because they made a comment about like how many times one or all of them had been stabbed like individually, and it was like like an odd number, and I was like, oh, like nobody knows that. Nobody should know that. Like they've said that they all were stabbed multiple times, but multiple could be 3. So if you're saying, you know, I'm just throwing a number 27, like there's no way you would know that. So I'm like, I said to somebody that I know in law enforcement, I was like, like I hate to send stuff in that's not. I was like, but what if, you know? And they were like, listen, like the only people that know is like the person that did it and the police. So just send it in, and it'll catch their eye. Like if they know that that's how many times, like it will catch their eye. So just send it. And because I feel bad, like I don't want to take up time. I'm so
at
used
the same
to.
time, it's that idea that the one thing you don't send in could possibly.
Wait, actually, yeah. And Sleuthie, I think you reached out to Reddit about those profiles directly to their moderators.
Someone sent me like almost like out of the blue. I feel like I don't even know if I said something about it on Twitter. but I know that I checked like my other folder, and it was a moderator for one of the, and they gave me like this explanation for what happened to both accounts. I don't even remember. But the more I was thinking about it, I was like, I just don't know if that's true. I don't care, because I don't think that, I think that Brian Koberger is likely more smart than people give him credit for. But I do think that if there were and by smart, I mean, maybe I don't mean smart, maybe I mean aware. So, for instance, like having committed a crime and having knowledge, I think he would have been highly aware that whatever his movements and activity were after, that it would probably be smart not to do like any of that. So it would be, even if he was in the moment where he was like full of adrenaline and he made mistakes because he's an idiot, like that doesn't account for the 6 weeks of like downtime,
Right.
where he's not going to say to himself like, come on, like don't be so stupid, like you know that they're going to be looking at it in these groups and shit, like you're going to be putting evidence out there if you decide to log in. Now my only other thing with that is I can't say that they weren't him either, because is he better trained in cloud-based forensics than Moscow? Probably. I'm just saying. I mean, he was looking to get a job at Pullman. I don't see why he didn't get it, and they really haven't said like firmly said that like he didn't get it. They actually said they just had no record if he was offered it or not, which is it's a non-answer as usual. But
It is
I'm like,
actually. I was saying, I
he
found the screenshot, Sleuthie, from the conversation I guess you posted, because I just had like my Twitter on my laptop up and it was easy to
Mhm,
find.
mhm.
Do you want me to read it to you? What it said?
Is it the DM?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says, "Hi, Sleepy. Sorry to disturb you. I'm a moderator on one of subreddits for the Idaho murders case, and I'd like to provide some clarification about the inside looking and outside looking users. This has quite frankly turned into a ridiculous online witch hunt that we as a subreddit are trying our best to deal with. The former deleted their account in the last 48 hours. It was not taken down or suspended by Reddit, but by the user themselves. As for the latter, he has posted since BK's arrest. Therefore, I can say with almost 100% certainty that neither of these users are BK. If you choose to post this, I'd like to remain anonymous. Thank you."
Yeah. I mean,
I mean,
I don't know. That could have been, in all honesty, that could have been inside or outside looking, or both.
yeah, yeah.
So
Because they came to you, right? So,
yeah.
yeah, you don't know. That's interesting, though. I always thought that those profiles, like, even though you have like 4chan, you have Papa Rogers, yeah, they might not be him, but like, I I guess I find it really ballsy to come out with some of the information, even if you hit it on target or you're pretty close, from what we know.
I'll tell you, there's a section of I think the Washington warrant by Blaker, the affidavit. And he goes on like this long spiel about how, um, like that they could recover most things, but that it is possible to get completely rid of data if you like have the knowledge and the proper software. And I'm reading it and I'm like, why would he say that? Like, first of all, why
Wait,
would
who
you
said
even
that?
want anybody in the Blaker? I'm like, why would you even want any normal person, potential criminal in the world to even know that it's like, as far as most people are concerned, like, even if you delete it, if you, whatever, like, it's just not possible to get rid of, everything. But he put in there that like that it is possible. So if you know what you're doing and it's true and you have the software to do so, you 100% can get entirely rid of your digital footprint entirely. So
Like,
like gone, like not findable at all. And so I'm thinking, and then I'm thinking back to the other affidavit where they go on about how he wrote this thing and he wanted to help them with cloud-based forensics and this and that. Like, and if you look into what cloud-based forensics is, like they're like the people that do look for the things that people try to delete, right? So depending on his education in that, he could be a person who would have the knowledge and the software to be able to wipe all of his shit clean, all of his devices. And so I'm like, is it possible that they put that little blip in there because they were saying, we're just letting you know that like it is possible to do if you, for the right person, if you have the knowledge and the software. And this man potentially does have the knowledge and the software. And so if we don't find anything on these digital devices, it's not because it was never there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So now that might be a question for Nerdy as far as like how good you would have to be, or if it's even possible to be that good to where it would be like not traceable at all. Because if you were to wipe everything, like that could still be used as evidence against you, the fact that you wiped it clean, right? So we don't know what all was there, but we know that you got rid of it, whatever it was. But I wonder, I'm
But if
sure they
you
could
would be
tell that it was
that,
tampered with.
but like say like Brian had access to like any profiles like that and he was that smart to do it, then you would think he would be smart enough to avoid all of the tech data tracking that we've seen in the PCA. Like that's kind of where it's like everyone's like he's so smart and it's all of this, but it's like, and I get people mess up, but these are just things to me that are like really obvious, right? Like
Unless he
even the
like,
sheath.
I mean,
That's what I struggle with. That's my internal struggle. Sorry, it's not at you.
what I struggle with the pings and stuff is I don't know why you would have the consciousness to turn it off yet. And we're talking about turn it off like before you ever even get out of Pullman, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not have the consciousness to either leave it home entirely on, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
B, not turn it back on until you're
Right.
like back in Pullman. You know what I
Well,
mean? Like,
and don't
why would
forget, he shut it back off the evening of the 13th between like 5 and 8 p.m. too for 3 hours.
I don't know what's going on with the pings. I'll be totally honest with you. I don't know, and this is right. This is the reason that like they have experts that come and talk to like regular people like me. And I'm sorry, but whichever one of you on whatever side puts it in a way that my brain understands it best, that's the one I'm going with. I'm going to believe whichever one of you I actually understand.
Right.
So I would need an expert to explain to me how accurate that stuff is. And also, like, I
The
need to know that that's Brian
triangulation,
Koberger's
right?
number. Yeah, like, I need to know that that's his phone number. I need to know that he still had that phone number on that day.
Right. Well,
Because
they
it
did.
says
They did.
it
No,
never
no.
used resources again. Like, I don't think
Yeah,
like
no, they have him. They connected him with the car and the 8458 phone because it was located at the same place when he went into the store, and so they have him on camera in that vehicle and the phone pinging at that spot.
That's what it says in the PCA.
I think they
Yeah,
said
let
that
me find it.
the phone
Or,
pinged like at the coffee place.
yes.
And then he was seen on camera at like passing like the chef store. And then he was seen on camera like at the, I keep want to say Kroger, the
Supermarket, whatever it
yeah,
is.
whatever that place,
So yeah,
Albertsons or
it
something.
says approximately 12:36 p.m. the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And it says surveillance footage from U.S. Chef store located 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the 8548 phone. So you're saying, like, was that, like, I guess we would know if that phone was registered from him, obviously, because they would pull pull it from AT&T or Verizon, wherever it is that he had it.
Well, like, was anybody else in the car?
Yeah, good question.
Like, I know that you say that when he finally got to Albertsons, that's the name of it, Albertsons,
AT&T, sorry. There
that
we go.
that once you got to Albertsons, you saw him on camera, like, go in the store. But
Can you confirm it was even on him?
right, did the phone like go into the store then, or did it stay in the car? Like, was somebody in the car? Did he leave his phone in the car? Did he go in and buy a new phone since it never used resources like after that day ever again? That's like another piece of evidence you could use.
Yeah.
I mean, if the day after he went and bought another phone, I mean, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, I always
So-
speculated he may have had another phone when I was going down the DoorDash delivery. If he placed the order, it could have been from a burner phone, burner account with DoorDash, anything.
So
Or somebody else.
It says that you're saying it stopped.
Yeah, like after the like 14th or 13th.
They're saying that it was never used again.
Yeah, it says that it's what does it say? Like never reported to the network ever again.
It says, okay, I've seen it says the 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Keep going.
That's consistent.
Like keep
It
going
traveled.
till they no longer mention the phone.
It said it traveled in hours immediate following the suspected time the homicides occurred. It might be in a different part. Sorry, I know you're looking there. I have it up on my screen
It
separately.
may be like near one of the diagrams, maybe.
Okay, that's a good question. That would be interesting, though, if I didn't catch that piece.
Yeah, right here. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Or is that what you're talking about?
Maybe. That's one though. That's because that was one of the things that I had said was like how could he ever if the phone was still active, how could he ever like escape the possibility of ever connecting to the Moscow tower because it spans like a 27-mile radius.
Right.
So he wouldn't necessarily have to be even in Moscow. I even think he goes down to like Blaine. So it could be argued, well, he never again went to Moscow because he knew that the reason he went to Moscow was no longer existed. You could argue that, but how can you argue the phone being active, but never again accidentally connecting to the tower that services Moscow? Because it also services some of Washington. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Well, how are they also able to determine that it did ping on that certain date, but they don't believe it was him? That's strange, because can't you make the argument that the other times it pinged, he wasn't in Moscow then?
Yeah, but I think that you could, unless like maybe he sold the phone, like maybe they were saying the phone was physically in Moscow, but not him personally.
Yeah, because
Or
it
maybe
says
he dumped it
investigators found the
somewhere.
phone. It did connect to the cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on the 14th, but investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. So how did it ping
Oh,
if
the
it wasn't
phone.
in Moscow? And how are you able to determine he wasn't there? The phone wasn't there.
Well, were they at that point though? Were they only tracking him via the phone number? Because if they were, instead of tracking him via the IMEI, then if he got a new SIM card, technically the phone that has that IMEI registered to it would have been there pinging, but it would have had a different number, right? Read me the sentence again.
It's on the screen. So it says investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th. But investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on the date. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date.
Man, I don't know. I was part of me was going to say maybe it was still connected to like a watch, like maybe the watch had the same phone number as him, but I almost want to. I can't remember. I feel like my watch had its own phone number. I think my Apple Watch has its own phone number, but it's on my iCloud account.
Yeah. Well, they have some information, like what, I don't know what options it would be that it would ping, but it wouldn't be physically there.
Well, I
Oh,
read
maybe it
that
was in a different
as
city.
yeah, a different city
Yeah,
because it's saying a tower that
provides coverage.
coverage.
That's what you have to. That's what you have to remember, though, too, for the entirety of the affidavit. The tower that provides coverage to Moscow also provides coverage to Blaine and like Johnson. I'm just throwing that out there, but it does. It provides coverage to other cities, not just Moscow.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
And
you
I
so
think
much,
that
Sunset Gazing. Thank you.
So
Sorry,
that would
Shay.
make sense.
oh, I was just saying I think that's why like understanding the triangulation parameters is important and kind of like the delta of what that can give you. I mean, it's Moscow isn't too far from Pullman, I mean, you hear a lot of people are back and forth in those areas. So, I mean, I do
I
have a lot of questions about the phone myself.
I have that diagram that guy he was like an expert witness in like a famous case I don't even know, um, in Idaho, and I want to say it was the Statesman that did an interview with him, and he like drew out a diagram
Mm-hmm.
of the two like cell towers and made circles so you could kind of see where they connected. It looked like those
Yes.
old graphs that we used to do in school where like it would have the
Yeah, they
middle and then the
connect in a circle. Yeah.
and he was like, so the tower that would have provided coverage to the residents, which is what's referenced over and over again, also provides coverage to, this area that's in this circle. And then the tower that provides coverage to his apartment provides coverage to this whole area, and then they intersect. And he was basically saying that like, um, for instance, in an area that's more populated by cell towers that covers much smaller radiuses, it's
Mm-hmm.
easier to track a person one place to the next place to the next place, and every movement that they make, um, because it's pinging off of different towers each time. However, if you only have one that services an entire 27-mile radius, until you get into the area like in the middle, where you could either connect to the Pullman Tower or the Moscow Tower, it's going to show that you're using that Moscow Tower for that entire 27 miles. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I would be curious to know if at any point in time, it's interesting to me because it's like they lose his phone and then all of a sudden he appears on camera. And then as soon as he goes off camera and they have no idea where he's at, all of a sudden the phone turns back on. Now he's pinging again. So
Right.
I would be super curious to know if at any point on 95, you're not going to tell me that there's not a camera on 95.
Definitely is.
So did you catch him on camera at any point on 95 where his phone was pinging and the car was driving down 95 by himself at 5 a.m., 4 a.m.?
Great question. They should have it. There's no reason that they shouldn't.
If they
They should have
don't,
his geo data, not just pings, They should have
yeah,
his precise location.
if they don't, that's going to be a little bit harder. But if they do, let's say they do have him on like an exit, camera or whatever, and he's just driving past it, and then they can say, okay, so he was pinging, he was utilizing resources to provide coverage to Blaine, which is interesting because when you do look at that diagram, when they say that he's using resources that provide coverage to Blaine, Idaho, well,
Mm-hmm.
it also provides coverage to Moscow. So in theory, the phone could have never moved. Like it could have still been in the same spot. And it still would have been utilizing those resources. So
Oh.
I'm not quite sure how they the whole way that they tracked him, except for that little part about not Blaine, Johnson, Idaho. And I've had people argue with me. I'm not interested in arguing about it. There is a Johnson, Idaho. We have two affidavits that say that he was pinging in Johnson, Idaho. We only have one that says he was pinging in Johnson, Washington.
And I think a lot of people were thinking they just made a mistake on that. And do you think that's no mistake?
I thought, no, I don't think it's. I think okay. Do you remember? I don't have them like right in front of me, and I'm exhausted. But there's an article by Fox where they talked to people. One was in Troy and one was in Kendrick, and they said that police were down there asking for surveillance footage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I tweeted something the one day. I was up till like 3:30 in the morning, and I finally pieced it all together. And I was like, "Wait a minute! If he would have,
I got it.
if he would have left." So WSU sent out like an alert. Their first alert or whatever went out at say 3:00 p.m. on the 13th.
Yeah.
Let's just say that because he was the last we heard, like he was pinging at his apartment. So he's pinging at his apartment. Let's say he gets the email and he's like, "Oh shit!" Like, and for whatever reason, like just bugs out and like jumps in his car and leaves.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of hours that it would have taken for him to get all the way down there, like drive through Moscow. The tweet explained it much better, I think. But if he would have driven like through Moscow to see what was going on, right? He could have taken Troy and Kedrick. Like he would have driven right through both of those towns to go down to Johnson, Idaho, and would have got there at within like 3 minutes of the time that they say that his phone stopped reporting to that network. Between like five whatever.
5 to 8. Yeah, 5 to 8.
So
Mhm.
I got the article. I'm gonna post it. Do you want me to send it? Do you want to pull it up? Well, so I can text it to you, or I can put it in back chat.
Yeah, back chat's fine.
Okay. I know what you're talking about, and I think it is interesting because I'm such a visual person. It's got that diagram there. That is, wow. See, I think a lot of people were thinking they found like a weapon or something when we saw that. I remember people talking about that.
And then it wasn't mentioned at all in the PCA. And I think that it's possible. Like I think it would be silly just to say that it's a mistake and he didn't mean Johnson, Idaho. I would be more willing to think that the Johnson, Washington claim was a mistake, seeing as how it's only in one probable cause affidavit. And I think that brushing it off like it's not possible that it was Johnson, Idaho, which is actually that area is like right near an Indian reserve. It would be silly to pretend like that's not a possibility because it is entirely possible that there is like a weapon that's hidden down that way. That's why he was there with no service for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Because I was always like, they're looking for like a metal knife, right? So like, why was nobody out there with like metal detectors? Just because like, if I'm going to get rid of it, instead of just throwing it, if I have the time, which he did, he had like many hours
He had a
to
lot
dig
of
a deep hole and stick it in that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
someone said they'd climb a tree and just ditch it in the tree. I was like, at first I was like, huh. And then second, I was like, actually, you know what? Not too shabby.
See the stuff that people say. It's so funny because like I would have never thought that. I guess if you could and you weren't scared to and you could climb a large
you could
tree.
get up there high in the middle of nowhere and just like randomly like, even tape it to a tree, just like put it up there. What's likely that someone's gonna find that up there? I thought
most people are looking down, not up.
Yeah, and I was like, wait a second, like it's not too bad.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, people are so smart. Like I love hearing stuff like that.
But see, all of this, like with the lack, it's a lot of I don't want to say it's a lot of circumstantial evidence, but like I think the phone going off right before the time of the murders occurring and his car being seen, and then him going back the morning of, which again with the phone, not sure why you would do that, but then his phone disconnecting from the network for those 3 hours. So I'd like to see in totality, how often was it for him to disconnect the phone from that? It's not likely that any of us shut our phones off, let it die.
Change a pattern.
Right. I'd like to see the change of pattern, but that's where I would anticipate, shit, I gotta, listen, when I gotta go ditch whatever I gotta ditch.
You definitely, so most people miss that. So the change in pattern is going to have to come from whether or not he turns the phone off
Often or
in the
not.
middle of the night. So, for instance, let's say he does have sleep problems, which he does. I mean, clearly.
Yeah.
So he has sleep problems. We already know that. So is it normal for him at 2:30 every night to shut the phone completely off because otherwise he won't go to sleep?
Right.
Who knows? But as far as him, like with what's in that probable cause affidavit, him being in that area driving around is not out of
It
routine
is
for
not.
him,
No.
because they say at least 12 times prior he was pinging in that area
Yep.
in the late morning or the late night, early hours, right? Every single time except for one. So who knows what he was doing? Maybe he takes a night drive before he goes to sleep, like whatever. Maybe he goes and buys drugs. Who knows?
Right.
But if every single other time that he was there, he was also driving in the area at the same
Correct.
time, then that's his normal routine.
Right.
It's not like he was never seen there at that time of night before. But the shutting off of the phone. So you just have to hope, and his device will show that. I like it's not the same and it probably doesn't show the same, but like every night when I get in the bed, and mostly because ever since I updated, like I can't get the phone to stop vibrating unless I put it on do not disturb,
Right.
because like it just like all the time. Like I might as well just have the ringer on, and it drives me crazy. Like when I'm trying to sleep, I can hear it going off on the pillow. It makes me nuts. So like eventually I get in the bed, I turn it off, I put on do not disturb, and that's it. But if I couldn't do that, I would 100% shut it off. And then I'd struggle with myself because I'm like, oh my God, what if there's like an emergency in the middle of the night? My mom can't get a hold, because that's the only calls you get in the middle of the night.
Right.
Right.
But, but I could see like if he, let's say, I would hope that, or let me put it, I'll give it more weight if he never shuts his phone off like during those hours.
Right.
But I also wouldn't find it hard to believe if they like had evidence that he did shut it off. Like I could piece that together in my head. Like, okay, well, you get in bed, you can't sleep, so you shut it off, so you're not compelled to look at the phone.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's
If
why
that was the pattern.
The history of the patterns. Harlot says, why do you think he never went back to the area though? After the day of the murders.
I don't think that he didn't. I mean, maybe he didn't, but I'm more inclined to think that he got a different phone. Again, they're going off of a phone number. So when he was arrested, we pulled him up on the WSU website immediately, and it's a different phone number. It's like an area code, I believe, from where he lived in Pennsylvania. I'm pretty sure it was like a 570.
The 8458 was a newer number.
But he got that June 23rd. He signed up for that, and he used his Pennsylvania address. This is what I don't understand. He used his Pennsylvania address to sign up for that account with a Washington number. He went and got his Washington driver's license. Like, I'm not understanding why he would use his old Pennsylvania address because that means the bill's going there.
Yes.
So that's
but that could be your permanent mailing address. That's not uncommon for college.
But the whole reason that like he was registering the car in Washington, why he got a Washington license, was because he was establishing residency, because otherwise he wouldn't have had to. Like,
could he have done a re-registration in Pennsylvania if he's a student, like online like that? Like, I mean, I guess in Texas, I think I can. I'm just kind of thinking like why he would have to do it or not do it.
I have a theory, just because
to change the license plate.
If you look, so I know
I got your timeline up. Sorry.
I know that they say that November or whatever, like the 18th or whatever, he switched the license plate, ordered the new license plates registered in Washington. I know they say that. But prior to that ever coming out, I had pulled off of the DMV site. And basically, like, one of the things that I got back was that it was like December 5th, that there was a new title issued in Washington. And I was like, I did not see the registration, So all I saw was the title. And I'm like, why would he need a new title? And then I had somebody else use a different platform that was also approved by the DMV, and they also saw the December 5th date and was like, I don't know what that would be, but neither of us saw this registration in November. So I was like, well, I'm just going to go off this December 5th thing, but what I want to know is why he needed a new title. Like, why do you need a new title? Because you
Right.
lose your title, or
Right.
because you bought the car, somebody signed over the title to you, and now you need to wait for the new title in your name, right?
Right.
So you have to do
Hmm.
that in person. So, like,
Do
uh,
you?
um,
Wait, the title,
unless,
yeah, the title, yes, okay.
I mean, I don't know about everywhere, but like here, like if I sold a car here in West Virginia, like, and you signed the title to me, I could just sign it and then take it to like, we don't have to both
Yeah,
go to the DMV, but like in
correct. The person
Pennsylvania,
signing it over doesn't.
yeah, but like in Pennsylvania, when I sold my last car there, like we both came from other states. Like I had to come up from Florida, me and the girl that I sold it to, like an idiot. I sold it to her like I was such an idiot. Like I
Oh,
sold it
wow.
to her like I didn't even tell my mom. She didn't get the
Ugh.
title. Like she was a dumbass too. She bought it from me and she never like it was still my car. My mom was like, this needs to be her car immediately because
Yeah.
if she hits somebody and kills
Yep.
them,
It's
like
on
it's
you.
still in your name. So like we had to go up from Florida all the way to Pennsylvania and like both physically be there at like this tag and title
Oh,
place to
wow.
sign
Yeah,
the
someone
title.
did it here.
Yeah. So I was told that his dad or his mom, like one of his parents, is the ones that own the car. So my question was, when did um, Michael go to Washington? And my issue with this is that like so the weekend before the murders, it was U of I family weekend or whatever,
Right.
parents weekend. Well, the weekend of the murders was parents weekend in Washington at WSU. So I'm just thinking about like my family, like when everybody was like, it's weird that he drove like across the United States with his son. Like, why would he? Like, I was kind of like, not really. It's not really to me, just because like here we live 8 hours from my mom. And
Hmm.
so we split holidays. So, for instance, uh, last year she came here for Thanksgiving. We cooked Thanksgiving, just me, her, and my son. And then for Christmas, we drove up there. So, is it completely like out of question to think that dad might have been like, okay, you're gonna come up for Christmas and I'm gonna go with you, and um parents weekend is this day and then there's Thanksgiving and I want to spend Thanksgiving with you, so I'm just gonna I'll come for parents weekend and I'll stay for Thanksgiving, and then we'll go together on the whatever day he went, the 12th or whatever,
Well,
we'll drive across the country.
the parents' weekend was the week before the Idaho, or the weekend of the murders, for Idaho. I know that the
For
weekend that
WSU.
I thought
So
it was for Idaho, because I know
so
WSU that weekend they had um wasn't it it's like a sober weekend because of the the Greek hazing issue, remember? And they were supposed to like it was supposed to be like where they don't drink for the weekend or something. Do you remember that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't. But also, if that were
Yeah.
true, then that means that Kim that's been talking has been lying. But the only reason I'm not going to say she's a
But that's at
liar,
WSU. That's supposedly at
yeah,
WSU.
yeah, because she said that's why she was there, and then,
Oh, right. That is
uh,
why she said she was there. Okay.
but regardless, so independent, like away from people that lie, is if you go on the WSU website, that's not going to lie. It
Yeah.
will tell you that was the week. So 11th through the
Okay.
13th was parents weekend at WSU. They even had like
Okay, good.
bus schedules. They were like dropping them off and picking them up in weird places. Like the big fancy buses. But, And then
I
the
see
weekend
it. Thank you.
before, which this just like hit me out of nowhere the other day, is that we already knew that Xana's dad was there the weekend before the murders because it was U of I's parents' weekend. So we already knew that because he said that when he came out. But then I forgot that like Jasmine went to WSU, and then Kara, for whatever it's worth, made the comment when she was on Banfield for the very first time ever before they exploited her to death.
Mm-mm.
Yes,
Very
That was
first
sad.
time, yeah, the very first time she was ever, like the first interview she ever did with anybody, but it was on Banfield, and she said that thing about the locks. He was just there changing the locks or whatever. I don't know what the deal with that is, but then she made a comment about how he was over at Washington with Jazzy because it was Parents' Weekend that weekend, the weekend of the murders, and he, in an interview very early on, said that he had talked to her about midnight and they were getting ready to go out. I assumed he was talking to like a wife or something. How do we know he wasn't like talking to Jasmine? Like, like we were getting ready to like go out someplace at midnight, and that's when we talked to her and she was at home.
Because that was early on. People were like, wait a second, you said you spoke to Xana and she was at home about to order a pizza and stuff.
They need
The
I think
confusion on where they were.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, well, because the police are not saying the police are saying that it was still like another almost 2 hours before they arrived home.
Yeah.
And the way that Dad was talking about it was that they like had already been home, like they were relaxing at home, and so, but then Kara said about she said she thought Jeff said that they were at the bar or whatever. But I mean, he would have heard that, like he would have known that she was at the bar. He would have heard her at the bar.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like she's in college, like who cares? Like why wouldn't he just say that? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because now you should at least have the police coming to you, unfortunately, as a victim's parent, but still yet you said what you said. So then I would expect that the police would come to you and say, you spoke to her at midnight and she told you she was at home, because we're trying to piece together where she was that night.
And if I remember correctly, I think Xana's dad only did an interview with the Arizona local
Yeah.
news station, right? Okay.
Yeah, he did like one or two and
Right.
then disappeared.
Yeah. I do
But
remember
then
that.
but then his wife, I don't know if it's his wife or girlfriend, like was arrested, and then Kara was arrested, that like, you know what I mean? So it was probably just like a lot, you know what I mean? He probably was like, this is just too much.
Yeah. I always thought that Brian's dad came because Brian convinced his dad that he no longer wanted the Elantra in Washington with him. So the plan was that he was going to take the drive back home with Dad, and then he would end up flying back. And that way the Elantra is no longer in, because they had just come out, mentioned that this is the car that they're looking for. The heat was on. And so he convinced his dad one way or the other, I'm going to drive it back. I don't need it. Everything's so close around here for whatever reason. That way now nobody could spot it.
I think that's very sensible. I mean, why would you want it there? I mean, I remember them making such like a big fuss over that one that wrecked. Do y'all remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean that one was within the year range.
It
It was very much like shrugged off. Like, we talked to the lady, please just don't reach out to her. Like, okay, but like, what do you mean you talked to the lady? Like, she knew, like, can you just leave busted up cars just on the side, like in the middle of the road, like in Oregon?
Right.
No,
Like, what do
but
you mean she knew about? Of course she knew about it, but are you telling me that she just left it there and like
Right.
removed the plates? Like, I don't understand why it wouldn't have been towed.
It was odd, but shit was going crazy. Like the heat when they came out, because that was like the only information they kind of really gave us. It's the first time they came to the public for our help, and so when that like people were pulling up Toyotas and were like, "I found the car!" It was going crazy. So I thought it was the perfect opportunity for him to get that Hyundai out of there.
I just hope they really looked like into that, because then when I think of, like, I didn't realize until a little bit, just because in the beginning, like when they said that the two people in Oregon, like that had nothing to do with this, like I believed them. Like I was like, okay, like I'm not going to waste my time looking here if that's got nothing to do with this. You know more than me, right? But then, like, I'm looking through this stuff and I'm like, no, please. Like, I'm going through this whole article and I'm like, what do you, like, what do you mean this is unrelated in any way? Like, this sounds exactly like what happened. The only difference, literally, all the way down to a dog being in the house and not being hurt. The only difference is that it was two people instead of four. And which again, we don't know who this was this could have been targeted against two people, and there
Right.
could have been two other people in the way. You see what I mean?
Yep.
So the only difference was that this house guest who was there, um
Wait, could you restate that? I'm sorry, I got lost.
the
Who? What?
the people in Oregon, the wife and the husband,
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I remember
like
seeing
a
them.
masked person came in at 3 a.m. and stabbed them in their bedroom, in their beds while they were sleeping multiple
I
times.
survived, right?
He died. The
Yeah.
wife was stabbed 19 times and she lived.
Yes.
They had like someone staying in their house, like in another room, who was, they were getting ready to like go on a trip the next day. Um, and this person their friend was staying in the other room because they were going to house sit the dog. They were going to dog sit the dog while they were
I
away
remember
on their
seeing
trip.
that.
And the person like heard the commotion of the attack and must have startled that person that didn't know that somebody else was there, and they left, and that person called 911. 911 came right away and got the wife help, and that's why she's alive, but she was stabbed 19 times. But like the dog wasn't harmed, like everything is exactly so. I just need to know, and they have no idea who did that,
They
right?
still haven't found someone. Wow.
Right. And that was in 2021. And it was on August the 13th. So it was also on the 13th.
13th. There it is. Yeah.
And I don't get like all out of control with like that, but I mean, I'm really finding it difficult to find what's different other than the fact that 911 was called right away,
Right.
and uh that there were not two additional people. But let's just say, for instance, that was this person's first time doing this. It
Right.
wouldn't be such a leap to go from two to four. So
Right.
I just, it made me very, it was very unsettling to be reading that stuff today specifically, because I was like, I've not given this as much as I should have, and I just don't understand how they could say, like, if we're talking about an MO, so if we're talking about what they would plug into their like system to be able to see if any other crimes were similar in the United States. I'm not understanding how this wouldn't have come up as one that was similar. Is it
Right.
because it was in 2021 and you know that Brian Koberger wasn't in this area at all in 2021 because he
Right.
was still in
Right.
school? Because that's like not it for me. Like
That's
that's
not
like,
enough. No.
yeah, especially when they're that, you know, that similar. I mean, there might be other detail, but god damn, that's a lot of similarities for real.
Right. Right.
So I
I
really hope it was looked
yeah.
into, because if Ann Taylor had me in court and was like, listen to this, and they still don't know, and this and that, and if I, especially if I found out that that person that was staying there described like a person with bushy eyebrows, forget it. There's your reasonable doubt from me.
Yeah.
Period. I'd
Yeah.
be like, where was Brian Koberger? Oh, he was at school. He's on camera at school on such and such a day. Well, then it can't be him, because whoever did that did this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. I really hope that it was really, really looked into. And this lady, the mother, was like tickled to death because she's like, I can't believe, I'm so happy that they're like looking into this again. She's like, I had no idea that they were until they were asked about it at a press conference for the kids in Moscow.
Ugh.
Nobody said anything to me. She's like, but I'm really glad they're looking into my son's death again. What? So I really hope they did.
Yeah. That sucks how like certain cases get so much spotlight, so much media attention, and other cases don't, just slips right through the cracks.
I mean, that for sure, but I feel like again, I think I just need like additional, maybe I'm just going to dig more and find like old articles, because I really need to understand where we disconnected. Like the dog thing, if the skinning of the dog would have happened like everywhere that Brian Koberger ever lived,
Mhm.
um,
Right.
then I would have the same trouble as I'm having right now trying to understand how this
Right.
crime isn't connected when all of the elements of it are seemingly exactly the same.
Right.
Well, okay, so speaking of that, like, then I'm so confused about, was it Denise Smithers' case? Because like I had seen her that episode on Dateline myself before they ever tried to like, bring up this correlation in media. And
Mhm.
so I'm just kind of confused on where that is. And like I don't know if
Well,
you
why
guys.
call the parents to testify in grand jury? Like, it's just, if they don't think Brian had involvement, it's just so weird.
I mean, so they were, I don't know where they got that grand jury was for Dana, but here's the thing. So in Pennsylvania, they do these like investigative grand juries, and I can give you a perfect example, because a lady um that I knew that I was looking into not a while ago, but Beth Capaldi, she went missing. And she went missing out of nowhere. The husband didn't report her missing for 2 days. The daughter was like, where's mom? I haven't heard from her in 2 days. What do you mean you haven't reported her missing? The daughter went and reported her missing. There was never again another trace of Beth Capaldi literally anywhere. So fast forward several months. Searches had been organized in the area. There were cameras and shit. She was never seen leaving on a camera. Her car was still at the house. The keys were at the house. Her phone was at the house. The husband was acting super weird. Okay, like a crazy person, and his family members acting like crazy people on my Facebook page for Beth. And it was like people would like mention something, and then he would say something totally ridiculous, like all of a sudden a month later he'd be like, she also left with a bag full of his money. She stole like $17,000 from him before she left. Like she must have went off with just the craziest behavior literally ever, which again, if a person is just like running away, they're not going to care if they're seen on a ring camera. The fact that she wasn't seen leaving anywhere
Right.
was really strange, and he never reported her missing. So anyway, we find out months later that the Bucks County District Attorney was not buying it. Um, he had convened a investigative grand jury, and they were looking into it, and they interviewed a bunch of people. Any long story short, um, because of the fact that Beth had like not used her social security number anywhere, not used her any of her bank cards, not flied anywhere,
I remember this. I remember
yeah,
this story. Okay.
they basically, and she was just missing. And so, but because of like all the circumstances of everything, they said that they like the investigative grand jury decided that she was likely dead. um and then they what ended up happening was they like uh had Steve testify, and they confronted him with like a bunch of different things that they had found. For instance, that he was Googling a bunch of crazy shit, like how to chop up your wife,
Yeah.
how to clean up blood. Oh yeah, dude, he literally, he is the most horrid, not the most horrid, but he is one of the most horrid human beings I have ever come across in my entire existence. This man had a girlfriend in Lansdale and wanted to be with the girlfriend, so he decided randomly to smother Beth in her sleep with a pillow, and proceeded to take her to their garage and chop her up with a saw
Ugh.
into a bunch of pieces, put her in a bag, and then dumped her in a dumpster on the way to the girlfriend's house in Lansdale same day. And then got her on the way back, and then dumped her again, the parts of her, behind the Philadelphia airport.
Fuck.
And when he was making all those movements, he like shut his phone off. So they had like, that was that he shut his phone off. He would take her car to go down there and dump her, instead of taking his truck. And they basically were like, all of this was in an effort to conceal his movements. And he ended up, it makes me sick, but he ended up getting a plea that his, well, I won't even say his, but her daughter and her family members agreed to, which was 20 to 40 years in prison, to plead guilty. And that was only if he would show them where he put her. And so next thing you know, we're seeing like articles being posted and reporters are taking photos of this man walking behind the Philadelphia airport in an orange jumpsuit. And sure enough, he took them down there to the parts of her and testified. I have the whole grand jury report. But
I would
just,
love to see that.
yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. If you send me a thing on Twitter, send me your
Okay.
email on Twitter and I'll.
I don't tweet. I can though. I created one, so I can.
I was gonna say I have a pen somewhere. I'm like half asleep, but he was just
It's okay. I'll have
just
Shay
an
do it.
awful
and I'll
human
get
being. But so I said that whole story just because she was a wonderful and sweet woman and didn't deserve that at all. Not that anybody does, but he's just a big piece of shit. But she is a very nice lady and didn't deserve that. And but Pennsylvania will do that. So for instance, like if it were Dana Smithers, it wouldn't be difficult for me to imagine that they had convened that prior to her being found in order to determine if, based on similar circumstances, like I just said to you, like if they had had no proof of life for a certain length of time, the investigative grand jury there would then be the one to make the leap to say that they were likely deceased and that you could press charges. So,
Right.
but if you dig just a little bit, you realize that school system, Pleasant Valley school system, they got something going on right now. And so, in my opinion, I don't think that the grand jury was had anything to do with Dana Smithers. I think that it likely had something to do with um, the school system. And the reason that they both had to go testify is because they both worked for the school system. And so did Brian Koberger, but
Okay.
obviously he's not going to go testify for nothing.
That would make a lot more logical sense.
Yeah. I
So
think
when you
that's
say
what it is.
they both had to go testify, you mean like Dana was supposed to? Like why were they? I guess I'm
No.
confused.
Ryan's parents.
Yeah. Both of his parents
Oh, because
worked for the school system, but I did hear
right.
that Dina was a teacher. So it's possible that,
Yes.
her name would be connected in it somehow, but
I heard like I mean I think it was a good thought was like, well, what if they just decided to interview them to rule out further down the road of him being a possible suspect so they could move forward with other persons of interest or other investigative things. I don't know. I'm
I'll
like,
tell
well,
you
that
what,
mean
there's people that live in that area that were like, no, like someone that I know, like despise it. Like she doesn't want to, she has nothing to say about Brian Koberger that is not like firing squad now. Like she just doesn't, she's not interested. She's like, if he harmed children, it's like me, like Letitia or whatever. Like I couldn't watch that because I am not able to look at it in like an unbiased when it comes to like a child, like a similar to my son. I am incapable of looking at it objectively. I just can't, and I know I can't, so I stay away from it. And that's how she feels with like Brian Koberger. But when that whole shit came up with Dana, she's like, I live here, literally live here, like in the neighborhood. Like I'm here to tell you that this has nothing to do with her. Her death has nothing to do with him. Like she was this and this and this, and they thought that it was the, I don't know, the boy. I don't know enough to talk about her case, but I know what I was told, and she was adamant that it has not, and she would be fine with pinning something, you know what I mean, on him. But she's like, I'm
yeah,
telling you that this has nothing to do with her.
right.
So I think
No,
that
I understand that.
I think it got taken like out of, like, if you remember, somebody reported something about there being a grand jury going on, and then like all of a sudden Brian Etten was like, it's for Dana Smithers. And we're like, wait, what? And then somebody else was like, he has an alibi, but it's solid and he doesn't have anything to do with it. And it's like,
Right.
what? So then like what are they doing? But like I said, if they were doing an investigative grand jury, like I could see that being the case for Dana Smithers, but that doesn't mean that day that they were testifying, that session they were testifying in, that was what they were there for.
Right.
Right. I get it. I don't know if you saw Melissa, but I think Scarlett had a question.
Let me see.
Or Harlot Oscara, sorry. It's for Sleuthie.
I think Maddie was definitely a target, and maybe Xana and or Kaylee or both. Don't think he expected Ethan, but maybe no, he's there. Wait, maybe that question is for Sleuthie. Did I miss the question? I don't know. Did I miss the question? Who's this?
I can only go back so far.
No, I think.
Oh wait, it just loaded some more.
I think she's okay. Maybe she's just asking about thoughts on the target. That's what I took from it.
I was really thinking that it was Maddie. I had this like whole scenario that made sense, like in terms of movements through the house and whatnot. But
do you think Ethan and Xana were, and I hate to say collateral damage because it feels so minimizing, but like collateral damage?
Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, like my original thing was like just briefly, I was like, I think that Kaylee and Maddie were in their own rooms. She was in there. Kaylee was in there with the dog. I think she heard something going on in Maddie's room. I thought Maddie was the target. She was like, "What's that sound? There's someone here." Went to go leave her room, left Murphy in the room because her parents did say that Murphy was a jumper. So, he might be used to being locked away so he doesn't jump on people. Went in, shut the door behind her, went to go check on Maddie, saw her getting attacked, went to go help her. That's why she got it worse, because he was trying to fight her off.
In the same bed, though. I can't imagine them just laying perfectly in the same bed if they weren't both there, especially with the calls and text to Jack. I think they came back, ate food, sat in bed. Murphy was locked up because Murphy's locked up. He's not going to roam around the house. I mean, she had a gorgeous room and a bed, so it's not like he's in a crate or something. And they're laying in bed and they fell asleep after drinking, eating, calling Jack. I don't think Kaylee was in her room.
Well, we don't know that they were laying like next to.
True.
I mean, they could have been in any kind of.
But I feel like they would have, maybe not, because we didn't get any details with Ethan. But if Kaylee was like slumped half on, half off, do you not think they would include that?
No, I don't. I mean, if you think about just like Ethan also in the room, that's all they said about that kid.
Yeah, nowhere. We don't know the specifics. I mean, I think he was in bed, but we don't know.
Also in the room?
Yep.
What?
But just by the blood leaking from the outside, I believe it's the back right where the bed was. So, but we do not know.
If you go way back, in Reddit, his family has said that. I mean, that he was in the bed, but which is why I was like, where are we getting that he's like in the hallway? Like, so far, not for nothing, but anything the Chapins have said, there's something about the Chapins, especially Stacy, something about her, just looking at her face just tears me up. Like, I can't listen to her speak. I immediately start to cry. So, but they've said things that were right. I mean, when I saw that today, that within days, I think it was like the 16th or the 17th was when they put that like timeline thing together. And she said to them that the roommates heard something. Actually, she said the roommates. So, but she wouldn't go into detail. So, and then on Reddit, you also had the sister-in-law that was saying, they heard something. Why didn't they do anything? And why did it take so long? So I think that,
or why did they call the roommates? But You know what? I've always thought that Hunter was one of the ones summoned to the house, and so she probably, if that's true, would have more firsthand knowledge from Hunter if he found his
Sure,
brother.
that's true. I also, I mean, that was like my whole thing. And then I was like, that's like the shitty, I'm like, the damn, the DoorDash. Like, I think it was just like the worst chain of events. Like, she's going to get her food and she just happened to maybe be at the bottom of the steps as he was coming down the steps. And then she went to run for the bedroom. And then he had to, like, the two of them in the bedroom because she saw him or whatever. But here recently, though, um, somebody got my brain spinning. And when I read it, I was like, wait a minute. That means that within minutes, uh, like, basically what I got out of it was that Xana was the target,
Uh-huh.
and that she was the first one to go, and that it was right after. So she was on TikTok at 4:12,
Hmm.
and the thump or whatever from the ring
Right.
camera, and then the dog started barking at 4:17 or whatever. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that for like 10 prior minutes, like, the
Yep.
two girls upstairs were already deceased and the dog didn't bark? Like, that doesn't make
Yep.
any sense.
No.
I think it freaked me out, but I think it was like literally like a minute or two. Um, and I think that there were two people. I think there would have had to be, like, if it happened the way that I'm thinking in my head that it happened, with her being first and her being alive at 4:12, and the thump at 4:17, and the dog starting to bark and this and that. Like, I'm like, there's no way that a person could or would be able to do all, because at that point you're talking about, you're not talking about going upstairs first, doing whatever, coming back downstairs, doing that, and then running out. You're talking coming in, doing that, running upstairs, running back downstairs. I mean, and here's the thing is that when Dylan, like, saw this person, she did not say that he was running. She didn't even say he was hurried.
No.
He wasn't even power walking. So
I
I find it hard to believe that someone waited till the very last second
Well, I
to
don't. I don't
calmly
think
walk out.
Was killed first. I think he went upstairs. Maddie and Kaylee. That's why Dylan said she perceived what she heard was Kaylee playing with the dog. That could have been the noise of them being murdered. Walked down, may have crossed paths with Xana. That is why Dylan stated she heard there's someone here. She thought it was Kaylee. I'm more inclined to believe it was Xana. She may have run back to the room. He followed in suit. Wasn't planning on killing her. Killed her. That's why she's partially in the doorway. That's when he would have realized Ethan was there. The thump probably was Xana hitting the floor or the struggle between him and Ethan. At that point, he just killed two more people that he wasn't planning. The dog is barking. You don't know how loud you were. You know that other people are in the house. You don't really know how much time has passed because when your what's it called? Endorphin. Wait, no, I can't. The adrenaline is rushing. You can't perceive how much time has passed and anything. Like everything just kind of feels like a blur. So that's when he just bolted right out. Because
I
are
mean,
the
that was
cops
my
in the
theory
way?
for,
Is there anything?
yeah, I mean, that was my theory for well, that was one of them. But I was felt pretty strongly about that. Um, and like I said, until I started, and then I was looking at, like, the timing of things. Then I was like, wait a minute, it makes way more sense for this person to have 30 minutes in the house as opposed to like 4.
Yeah.
Um, and they're talking about this car that, like, appears from out of nowhere from inside the neighborhood, uh, and is seen at 3:29 going, like, it always made more sense. And it was something that people were always talking about was, you got to remember that for, like, probably the first time ever, supposedly, because everybody was out, that house was entirely empty until the two surviving roommates got home at 1. So everybody was like, I think he was already there. I think he was
Right.
inside the house.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that makes the most sense. So, I mean, technically, this car that appeared at 3:29, um, could have been someone that was already in the house before everybody got home, waited for the girls to get home and fall asleep upstairs, and then, like, did wait till and then attacked them. I think that it's possible that right when the calls to Jack like abruptly stopped at the same exact time.
Yeah.
That is when it started, like upstairs, and they would have had 30 minutes to, 15 minutes each floor to then be seen on camera. And that makes more sense to me. And then they leave. I just don't understand why that car would, it
Wait for
originated
30
in the apartment.
minutes?
Yeah, it originated in the neighborhood and then it left via Walenta Drive. So it's just bizarre to me for it to come back again. And if you don't have license plates, like, I'm sorry, there were other people driving around. We saw a white car go by on the camera. You said it
Right.
was a 2011 to 2013. Then you brought footage from Washington to your expert, right? And then they said that was probably a 2014 to 2016. You guys are the ones that determined that you would look from 2011 to 2016 based off of that. But I'm inclined to think that the expert they meant what they said, that the car that was seen in the neighborhood at the time of the murders was a 2011 to 2013, and that the one they saw in Washington was a 2014 to 16. That's what I think. I'm going to give the 35 plus year expert with software that helps pick out little pieces that are different between years. I'm going to give them a little bit more credit. But
I think
that
that always bothered Woofy too, is the changing of the years, right, Melissa?
No, it didn't bother her
Oh,
because
did it?
he said it was so close. As far like the details were so minor that unless you really were educated with it, you wouldn't notice the details that differ.
which they
between
are, which he is. And again, he's got a computer that helps him, but also the logical series of events that would happen with this is you would say, listen, from 2011 to 2016, it's super similar. So we're just going to go off of that. We're going to give you that range. Surely you can find, somebody that's got bushy eyebrows that drives in that year range, right?
Like
You don't,
cast the net.
yeah, you don't start like super small. That more or less, that tells me, it says more to me that they were reviewing the footage and they were like, well, we're going to start off pretty big. It looks like a Hyundai Elantra, and then we're narrowing it down. And then we finally get to this amazing 2011 to 2013. But me, again, I'm not convinced that somebody didn't snitch him out that week of December. And they're going to
Didn't it
go.
say that they were already kind of looking at like who owned what cars at the campuses and stuff? I mean, I had heard something about that.
Yeah, yeah, like a day or two. It was also Fox. I'm sure you can find it.
Mm-hmm.
It was Fox like a day or two before his arrest, and there was like 98 white Hyundai Elantras just between the two, one or both of the, like, it was on the campuses. But my thing is, and and I would challenge anybody that says like they knew Brian Koberger was their man or whatever, like before they ever even announced it on December 7th. Why would they challenge themselves to go through 22,000 or whatever white Hyundai Elantras between the two states, A, and B, flood themselves with 10,000 tips that they have to follow up on if they knew that was, why would they bother even announcing it to the public at that point?
Right.
Yeah, it says the University of Idaho had 90 white Hyundai Elantras registered to park at the school.
Okay, so did they follow up with all of those? You know what I mean? And now we're talking like, so initially we would be like, oh, they don't all fit the criteria, right? So if they're older than or newer than 2013, then that's probably not it. So the list gets shorter. But now you're looking at 2011 to 2016. So how many of that is there? And you couldn't just look at who was registered to the car, right? You'd have to go to these people and say, did anybody borrow your car? If you remember, Steve did an interview and he said, I think they've already looked through all the registered cars. Now they're going into looking to see if like anybody borrowed their car or if you have one that's not registered. So I don't know.
Well, I do think that's a good point. I'm going to ask you something out after this about Steve because I know Nika was mentioning it, but um, one of the things like I always felt like even when you're talking about the phone or the car is, I mean, that's an easy way for somebody to like back out of it. Well, that's simple, to explain like I let so and so borrow my car, I let so and so borrow my phone. That's kind of how I felt like. Is that where we are headed when we were earlier talking about like the PCA? Like, was that phone really on him? Like during those times of tracking, like where was it located? Could that be, part of the excuse? I don't know. Not really prove that you had me there.
You'd have to. So I thought about this before also, except a little bit different in the sense that, like, did he let someone borrow his car? And then I was
I did.
like, my mother would kill me. Like, my mother would straight up be like, you are not, I was married. And my mom was like, don't you let your husband drive that car because his name's not on it. If she's very big on, like, if something happens, like, the windows are tinted, nobody can tell. Like, you're going to have to, how are you going to prove that wasn't you in the car? The car's registered to you. If you hit somebody, it's going to be a problem, your problem. So I can't imagine that he would do that. And also, I mean, I don't really know anything about him if he's that type of person that would let someone borrow his car. But I was playing with the idea of possibly, like, when we found out about the DoorDash driver and whatnot, I'm like, does he know like any girls or whatever that, um, or even boys, just someone that was like, hey, listen, like, you're not going to be using your car late at night, and I could make money late at night, but I don't have a car, but I could DoorDash, and I'm just really kind of going around the area, wouldn't be anything far, and I'll pay you such and such amount of money to borrow it while you're sleeping. Would he be this? We don't know. Like, would he be the type of person to let somebody do that?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Do not know.
Well, one of the things, like, sorry, I was say real quick, was like that people still kind of question too, and y'all were talking about like the or your theories on like who may have been the target and possibly how that could have been carried out. One of the things like Nika said too that was always bothered me was like why like Steve Colvis said on his interview, like why did he have to go upstairs? Like I never knew if he said that emotionally or what he really meant by that.
He said that because both the first and second floor had direct access to outside. The third floor didn't. So he went to the third floor for a purpose.
Yeah, assuming that he knew exactly where everybody was asleep. Like, you know what I mean? That's assuming that the person was watching, did know,
Well,
as
Maddie had
opposed
an
to
M in her window.
that you would notice if you were observing. But if it was, let's say, something that happened out someplace and you just followed this person home, right? And you don't know, like, where they live or where they sleep or where everybody's at. But the problem
Mm-hmm.
with that is that you have let's just say that backslider, which again, like, even in the PCA, we don't even know how this person got in the house. Okay, which it seems like an element that you would want to establish or would easily establish. But then if you're like, okay, well, he went through the sliding glass door. If they didn't know, if who did it didn't know where everybody was sleeping, it will be hard to argue that, since the door directly in front of you before you have to make a decision of whether you go left or right is a bedroom, and you didn't go in it. Or did you? Did he try to go in there? Did he open the door and see that it wasn't whoever he was after? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, Dylan's bedroom doors would have been in his direct eyesight as soon as he would have
He would
walked
have
in the
passed
sliding
it
glass door.
3 times,
Yeah. So if you, unless you knew that was a bedroom and you knew who was sleeping in it, um, if you were just like walking into a house blind and didn't know where your target was, I mean, I feel like, we also still don't know who the targets were. So Steve can say he didn't have to go upstairs, but that doesn't mean he was going after Kaylee, right? I mean, he could
No,
have been
not
going after
necessarily.
the target could have been Kaylee and Maddie, or it could have been Maddie and Xana. I mean,
Yeah.
the two that lived there, because
Kaylee was supposed to be there. Ethan was supposed to be there.
correct. I mean, for all we know, the target could have been Ethan. He could have had no clue which girl he was in a house with. So, like, I mean, we don't. It's funny because everybody's like, "Oh my God, he's an incel. Like, where's all the girlfriends? Why
No.
aren't they coming forward? Like, why does he have to have a girlfriend? Like,
Yeah.
what if he was gay?
Yeah. I don't
You
go
know what
with
I
it.
mean? What if he wasn't even after one of the girls? We don't know. That could be a twist.
I mean, I think he might have been socially awkward, but I just don't like the incel shit.
I think it's a huge leap for someone who first of all, your only observations really of them is post arrest, which nobody acts normal like
Right.
after their arrest. I mean, that's just and you don't have any social media to kind of to like observe. You have a Tappa Talk
Right.
that you think is his from when he was 15 years old, a teenager, but other than that, like you don't. I've seen the way that some people speak to the girls like on their Instagrams and stuff. Like, I'm sorry, but you could maybe jump to those conclusions with some of those people, but not someone you have had no opportunity to observe that way. You don't see videos of him um, in school or out at parties with people. It's just odd to me. It's odd to me to make that leap, unless you were trying to spread the narrative. I guess I just don't see why
They
you have to
need
do
a
that.
narrative because they
I,
need to keep, they got to keep the information train flowing.
honestly, I think that's really dangerous. I think
It
that's really
is.
dangerous. I think it sends a message that like really dangerous people have to be really weird or really scary or really disrespectful, and that is not true. Like most of the most dangerous people on earth are the ones that look entirely normal and act really normal. Whatever
Mhm.
normal is, really kind, really charismatic people. Those are people that are very dangerous. So
Right.
I think equating a person that's capable of killing 4 people in their sleep in the middle of the night as they have to be like a stalker and an incel and have dead eyes and this and that. I think it puts out a false sense of, well, that person looks like they're safe, like, because they don't look like a crazy Brian Koberger, and really
Right.
that person could not be safe at all. So
Mhm. Well, I gotta get off because I have to be up in a couple of hours. But Sleuthie, it has been amazing to have you up. I can listen to you talk for hours. I think I could listen to you read a dictionary, seriously. But
Me too.
I appreciate you coming up because it's really nice to hear your perspective. You stick straight to the facts and the evidence and the proof and the receipts, and not everybody does that. That's actually less common than not with everything I've been seeing. So I really do appreciate it.
no, this was like really wonderful. This was like the quickest like 5 hours I think I've ever been.
I know, right? I'm like, shit, if I didn't have to be up, I wouldn't get off, but like I have to be up. But I,
No, I'm up.
I
I
love
have to be up in
listening
like
to you think.
3 hours, but hopefully I catch you guys again soon. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much, Sleuthie. And thank you, Shay, for coming up. Like, and I very much look forward to doing it again. And I'll get your Twitter thingy from Shay. That's the one platform I'm not really familiar with, but I know that that's where you thrive most. So I'll
It's
definitely
the
check it out.
fastest. It's like the fastest information for news. Like that's kind of
I
why I
gotta
stay
learn to
there.
Yeah.
navigate it. I feel so old when I go on it because I'm like, what is this damn thing? I don't know.
Dude, I
The
come over
Twitterverse.
I come over here to YouTube and I don't like make video, like I'm not good, like for instance that true crime design, like her videos blow me like her or his, I don't know what that person is, but their videos, I mean, I'm glued to my phone and I'm just not like that. And so like I'll have this information and I'm like, I have to get this out, but like I need to show people what it is. And it takes me like 4 hours. I'm like, I could have tweeted. Do you know how much stuff could have
Yep.
happened in the past 4 hours? Like, but send me emails and I can send you that stuff on Beth, that nasty
I would
man.
love it. I
Okay.
actually already wrote it down in my notes because it's like something I want to look into. It kind of reminded me of the newer case of the stepmom who killed her stepdaughter and literally wheeled her to the bio mom's house. That's what I was thinking about when you told me about it. And
I
thank you.
knew
Yeah.
I knew that he was like a scumbag, but when I was reading that, I was just so sad for her. Just so I couldn't believe that for nothing. Like it just it made me so ill. But
Yeah.
I think because maybe because we knew her, but I don't know. But it was just very like I was like, who does that? But
Evil
he looks like a
sixes.
normal person. Everybody was sticking up for him, and she was crazy. It was terrible what they were saying about her. It was horrible. Um, but before I trap you all into another conversation, um, just send me your emails and I will send you
I
the
would
report.
Love that. Thank you. Seriously. No, and thank you for taking the time to come up and go through everything, because I'm going to probably go back and listen to you say it all over again, because now I want to go through and I want to try to like correlate the phones and the pings and the maps and the 2 cars. I want to look more into the 2 cars because I honestly never put too much weight into it, but now I'm going to look into it more.
Yeah, it's gonna throw you off for a minute, but I would love to hear, like, I'm just waiting for someone to be like, Nicole, that's like not, no, that's not what they're saying, because I'm like, I'm almost like the killer was in the first car. Like, I'm almost there. Like, the killer was in the first car, and probably the second car was the DoorDash driver. But
well, it never made sense to me why someone would why he would leave and sit outside for 30 minutes outside this house, unless you're going to tell me he was scoping the scene, right? I want to make sure nobody was awake, no lights are on. But if that was the case, then when an unknown vehicle suddenly arrives and it shows you there's some type of activity going on at the house, the DoorDash driver, right? He comes to the door, someone answers the door, whatever. That's alerting you there's activity, someone, one, possibly all are awake. You're telling me that's the moment that he decides to gain entry when that should have scared him the fuck off? That makes no sense.
And the police less than 250 feet away, and the police that were over his apartment complex when he decided to leave, supposedly, and the people that were walking around during the Banfield call, you saw 4 people walking past the backside of the camera.
Right.
There's people screaming, people talking, you know what I mean? So it was very busy. It was much more busy than they make it out to have been, but it was very busy in that area. Right. It was a bizarre time to go in.
And everything happens at the same exact time.
Y'all are just gonna have me down this stupid rabbit hole further.
But because like I've been struggling with that, but if I try to introduce, okay, the second car, let me see if there's enough, because again, I could get behind any theory if there's weight and a foundation there. So I'm gonna have to look into that more and see if it would make more logical sense.
Yeah, agreed. And I do trust other people, like looking at stuff that like I believe they do the work, but I have like you, like I want to see it myself. I want to kind of play with it. Like I gotta make sense in my head.
Oh, right. Somebody sent me like screenshots of a lady that exists, and she is in one of the Facebook groups. But it was like screenshots of comments that she had made where she said that Xana was killed first, and that she knows because she's her aunt, I think.
What?
Yeah, Xana's her niece. And they told the family that she was attacked first. That's what sent me down that whole spiral of like, oh my God, well, she was on the phone at 4:12. So like, when did
that fucks up all my theories?
Correct.
Oh Lord.
So I like immediately, I was like, I trust you, but like, also I don't. So I went straight to Facebook and I was like, look, and I'm like, shit. And I found the post but I didn't see it. But then I was like, well, should I reach out to the admins and see if they deleted it, or because she is in there. And I don't want to reach out to her. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to reach out, like, especially I don't want to reach out to the family members, but I just was like, I really wish that comment was still there, because that would really throw me.
Or not, yeah. That would be huge, because again, like when you're trying to build a theory or understand what happened, something as simple as who was killed first changes everything. It changes 100%. Everything. And especially we know the most about Xana.
That's like the worst. That was like the worst possible like timing of like the worst person that could have been first, because now you got 4 people. You got to figure it was over by 4:17. This dog is barking and there's whimpering, and like you got to figure that's it. That's
4:20.
Like, you know I mean?
He's seen booking it, you know.
So now it's even tighter, and I was like, my head was like spinning. And then I was like, maybe it's good that I can't find it, so I'm just going to pretend like it doesn't exist. But I haven't yet been able to do so, because I keep thinking about the fact that she said that. Why would she say that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you just saw Amanda's comment. Like, she said that would coincide with Steve's, saying he didn't have to go upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, don't do this to me tonight.
Yeah, I know, right? Now I'm like, shit, I have to rethink everything, because I thought her being active and scrolling on TikTok kind of confirmed that.
Or was it just open? Like, was she scrolling on TikTok?
And there's a big difference. There's a big difference between was it just open or, was she actively scrolling through it?
Was it open when they found her?
It just plays.
And we know that Kaylee's phone was dead. Well, we have to assume it was dead, because I was listening to her parents' one of their interviews. I think it was the Chronicles of Olivia one, and she said that they tried to call, and Kaylee's phone went straight to voicemail. And
that was from the next morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but again, like if, and then we're talking about like if Kaylee was in her room and like maybe unplugged her phone to go check on Maddie. Like I used mine as a flashlight.
Yeah, me too.
Could it have died because she, like if I was sleeping in Maddie's room,
If
I
it
would have
was
plugged my
on.
charger in Maddie's room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh
That's
shit.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to rethink everything now.
I have chills right now. I'm just like, oh
Yeah,
my
and like you
God.
throw that on us like right at the end too. It's like, well, fuck, I'm not gonna be able to sleep now.
Well, because she said I have to go see stuff for like everybody, like there's certain things that have happened where I'm like, oh my God, if that's true. But then like if I can't find it, I
Right.
can't like
You
bring
can't
myself
go
to,
off of it. Yeah.
especially with all the crazy shit that I've seen. I had no idea that people would like doctor audios and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I was disgusted.
Articles too.
Yeah.
And that's why I said yesterday, I'm like, you cannot trust what you see or hear. Even like you need to do your research, do your due diligence, and verify it yourself.
Oh, and don't forget, and I'll try to figure it out tomorrow, but I got to figure out, oh, you're going to die. So, okay, with this, I'm leaving. But remember the person that I told you about that has lived in Washington for decades, but called on the 14th of November about this car having the front license plate or whatever, if it had to have one?
Me and Cher are like, yeah.
So, like, when I looked him up, one of his names is spelled exactly the way Papa Rogers is. and his Instagram name is like Papa, like Big Daddy Papa or something like that.
Oh no way!
Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
post
Shut
about
So
that anywhere?
I was like, we need to find out whatever this car is that he was, because I'm like disgusted until I can't like mark it off until, because the timing of it is so weird. And I'm thinking, sir, you've been here for decades. There's no reason
Right.
that you needed to call the police to ask about a front license plate. You should know better.
That is bizarre.
Yeah, it was so bizarre. I wasn't expecting to get the report at all. And then when I
Yeah.
got it, it was like worse than not having got it. I almost wish I hadn't got it because it just didn't make any sense.
Oh, that
Whoa.
is crazy.
Yeah.
So I will say this though, Sleuthie, and Melissa knows this. I saw like you did a video on the Chris K interview. And I have a theory on who that person may be that's been on YouTube since, going under a different name.
Oh, yeah, no, I verified that. He admitted it to me.
He did?
Yeah.
Shit!
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew that was his voice.
And he gave, he gave a reasonable explanation of, why he was using a different name. And I appreciate honesty. So yeah, no, he full on admitted that.
Mad respect. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought that was him because I'm one of those
Yeah,
like
you were right. You were right. And
I recognize people.
He said, I was surprised nobody realized it beforehand. And I was like, yeah, me too. I don't know.
It took because I was on Crime off the record, the one that where Amanda Bearden's cousin is one of the co-hosts.
Mm-hmm.
And they had like one of the first interviews with him. That's where I started correlating it. And I had listened to, your lives a few times. I'm like, I recognize that voice. It's a very distinct accent.
Yeah, it's a very distinct voice. Yeah. Oh, so yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay. Now I have more questions about that.
Yeah.
Fuck. Thanks.
I don't
just
blame
open
him,
up another Red Bull.
People, were, it's like they determined him to be biased, like not listening to, he just wanted to be able to talk about the discussions and be able to just have an opinion, I guess, without too much of the flack of, oh, you went to school with him type of deal.
No,
Dude,
mad respect for that. I get that.
Yeah.
Paula just said, I think Xana and Ethan were first, but Xana didn't die, and he heard her crying when he came back downstairs and went to her room and said, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Then
no, now
I've heard that theory.
It fits. It would also fit with Dylan seeing him leave from that direction because she couldn't have seen him coming down the steps when she saw him because she would have had to been out the door and he would have saw her. There's only like 5 feet between them, but it would make sense of why he was coming from Xana's room direction. I'm disgusted. I need to go to bed. That's a really good, that would make it all fit, really.
Yeah. Oh my
creepy gosh. Guys. This really creeps me out right now. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take my cough medicine and go to sleep.
No, I gotta rethink my whole theory now.
And then get ready for Woofy to disprove
Yep.
you.
Yep. Well, no, I love that. Like, try to disprove, because that's how you get to the bottom of things, right? You got to debunk it. I don't get offended if someone's trying to debunk what I'm saying. I appreciate it because I'm just looking for the truth. You know, I don't care if the truth fits what I want it to be. The truth is the truth.
Right.
I mean, if
agree.
it's not possible, the quicker you the quicker you tell me that it's not possible, the quicker I can move on. Because
Exactly.
sometimes it's difficult for me to see past like whatever it is that I'm looking at. But if you can't, then I'm like, well, maybe it has more. There's more to it. But that I hadn't really thought of that, and that makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense. But I'm gonna have to go like put myself to sleep at this point.
Yeah.
So
No,
thanks
thank
for having me
you.
up. I love you guys. Everybody was great.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to look at the chat because there's like a lot of good stuff to come out of here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank
Aw.
you so much for taking the time and joining us. I really do appreciate it.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I love you.
Bye. Love you.
Bye. Thanks, Shay, for coming up, girl.
Thank you. I'm going to go back down the rabbit hole and let you say your goodbyes to everybody.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I really do appreciate it. And maybe we'll have to do a whole nother one now that once we go down this rabbit hole and think of things in an alternative perspective and come back and reassess where we're at.
Well, it's happening. Totally.
It's happening. Okay.
Okay, let me jump down.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for being here. Seriously, amazing shout out to Sleuthie for taking the time and come up. I always love when it's like the non-planned things, like the, you know, things that happen impulsively and naturally that always end up being the best ones. But I have so much respect for Sleuthie. She is so educated and she is fact-based. And so it is an honor and pleasure to have her up on the panel. Same thing with Shay. She is amazing. I appreciate every single one of you for being in the chat, respecting one another's opinions, whether or not we agree with each other is besides the point, just being respectful. I will be on tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern with Amber Love Rain to discuss the potential serial killer going on in Oregon. Thank you for anybody who sent a super chat or gifted memberships. Your support means so much, and I really do appreciate it. So I hope you all have a wonderful night. If you can hit the thumbs up on your way out, and I will see you all tomorrow.